The May 16th, 2024 virtual meeting of the Anne Arundel County Council is now in session. We are here for department budget presentations regarding the proposed FY25 budget for the county. Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
Mr. Smith.
Present.
Ms. Pickard.
Present.
Mr. Volke. He will be joining late. Ms. Hummer.
Present.
Ms. Fiedler.
Present.
Ms. Rodvian.
Present.
And Ms. Ledbetter. Looks like she's here now. Ms. Ledbetter, are you present? We can see her, so we'll call her as present. And then we have Madam Auditor.
Present.
Thank you. Before we get started, do any of my colleagues have any questions about how we're going to run this today? Some of us remember a stint of Zoom meetings. All right, Madam Secretary, please read the Open Meetings Act statement.
The county attorney has asked that I read the following statement. The Maryland Open Meetings Act is a state law that requires public meetings to be open to the public and to be held in places reasonably accessible to individuals who would like to attend these meetings. In addition, provisions of the county charter and the rules of procedure, the county council require meetings to be open to the public and held in Annapolis as the county seat. The virtual format of this meeting of the county council includes alternate accessibility features that the Open Meetings Act Compliance Board and the courts have reviewed and approved, such as having a call-in phone number that allows anyone with a telephone to call and listen to the meeting, broadcasting the meeting with video and audio on cable TV and on the web, allowing written comments from the public to be filed with the clerk and considered by the council, and now allowing the public to call in via Zoom and testify live. The public access provided by this technology makes the virtual meeting reasonably accessible to the public as required by the Open Meetings Act. In addition, for all of the same reasons, it is not necessary to suspend the rules of procedure of the county council that apply to public participation and reasonable seating for the public or media or the location of council meetings. These rules have been deemed satisfied and do not need to be waived in order for this meeting to be held.
Thank you. We're going to begin today's presentations with the Board of Elections. I would ask that representatives from each panel introduce their budget analyst and move forward. Do we have the Board of Elections present with us?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Bo
Good morning.
Zhao. I'm the budget analyst for the Board of Supervisor of Elections. Their budget starts on page 325 of the FY25 proposed budget book. With that, I'm going to turn it over to the director for his presentation.
Good morning. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Can you hear us?
Yes.
What do we have to do here?
Good morning. Can you hear me? All right, perfect. So to begin, we are entering in the FY25 budget cycle. We are preparing for the presidential general election. It is usually the highest turnout election that we will have during our 4-year election cycle. So we are gearing up for that. Recently, we just finished the primary election, had a modest in-person turnout, but the mail-in voting turnout looks like it's going to be much larger than in previous primary elections. So we are actually preparing to hold a canvass today at 10 o'clock. We will be counting the mail-in ballots that we've received. For the first time, we have conducted 3 pre-election canvasses We'd like to thank the legislature and everyone that was that helped pass that law so that we'll be able to do that. We found it was a great help for us. We were able to count 22,909 of our ballots. For the primary election so far, we received a total of 38,498 ballots. After today, we'll have canvassed 31,847 with a balance of 6,651 remaining to count. After today, we will have 2 more counts, one on May 22nd to count the provisional ballots. And right now we're working through those. We look like we have about 25 to 2,800 provisional ballots. And then about, as I said, 6,651 mail-in ballots for the 24th, which will be our certification canvass. Like I said, the next election for FY25 will be in November. That's the presidential general. That's the one where we're gearing up for high turnout, high volume, of course, high participation rates. So we're going to be ready. We'll have election judge training classes. Of course, we'll be offering mail-in voting, early voting, and voting on election day. For the first time, we were able to establish a 10th early voting center at Broadneck Library. That seems to have, the initial election there seemed to have gone very well. So we're getting ready. Are there any questions that we from the council?
Madam Chair.
Mr. Smith?
Turn up the volume, Rich.
Yeah, I'll get my flag here in a second. I got it.
I'm sorry, we're having a little bit of a audio problem. I can't hear the council.
Get my finger to
Go
work.
go down to the bottom right-hand corner
Mm-hmm.
and see where it's muted. See where it's got that stereo.
What's that? I
Bottom right corner.
Yeah.
By the time.
Oh.
On the actual
Oh.
screen.
okay.
Unmuted. Go. Yeah, click the little stereo on the-
Oh, I see. Yeah. At 100%. Oh,
Just unclick, see where it has.
yeah.
I
Yeah.
apologize for that. I'm sorry.
No problem. Mr. Smith has a question.
Yeah, can you hear us now? Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you now. I'm
Okay.
very sorry for that.
Not necessarily a question, but was thoroughly impressed at the speed of which election night results were tallied and presented. I know in the past I've seen there was a number of us on this call. I've seen results, taking into the 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning to get stuff. We're like, wow, this is crazy that they can't do this faster. But there did not seem to be any issue, at least from our county, certainly, on election night with those results coming in. So kudos to you guys for processing that. That's it.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Are there any questions regarding the Board of Elections budget this morning? All right, well, thank you very much. Looks like we're just gonna launch you off to your next canvas. So good luck today and the rest of the primary count. Thank you so much. We're gonna.
Thank you very
Go
much.
on.
Thank you everyone in the council.
Next up this morning, we've got the fire department. Good morning, Chief.
Hi, good morning. How is everyone?
Fantastic.
Great. I'm waiting for the rest of my team to show up on the screen. I will, I know time is going to be of great interest to you all as you move through the next couple of weeks. And I know Kyle is getting on here. There you are. I see you now, Kyle.
Good morning. I'm Kyle Madden. I'm the budget analyst for the fire department. You can find their budget on page 280 of the proposed budget book. And I will turn it back over to Chief Wolford.
Thank you. I'm very grateful to have you all here, and I know that all of you know the fire department well. And in the interest of time and rules that were presented, if you have any questions about our mission, who we are, how we serve, I know you all will ask that, but I appreciate that you're pretty well versed. I'll quickly introduce my team. Deputy Chief Tom Young, who is one of our newest promoted deputy chiefs, is also in the room with Division Chief Mike Falscraft. Those two are in the conference room. Kyle, who has been a great new asset. And then Darlene Flynn is also joining us on the screen, who I was lucky enough to steal from the county budget office. And she is joining us as our newest hire, working with the fire department budget. I will say this year for budget, it has been a learning year for us. When you find out what the budget is going to look like overall, you realize, how do we need the money that we need to do what we do on a regular basis? We have not asked for anything great or changes or anything, wild and outside the parameters. We really tried to do a cleanup year, be transparent about where the funds are for anybody that wants to see anything, and just make a good base foundation for moving forward. So Kyle, if you have anything you need to lead with, and then I'll follow you.
No, I hadn't
Okay.
prepared anything. Yep, that's all.
Okay. If the council is okay with it, I would like to start with capital, go right into operational, and then because a lot of the Q&A is a hybrid, then we'll just do Q&A at the end. Is that okay with everyone? Okay. I believe you have your budget books in front of you, and you have your budget pages listed for the capital projects. I'll start with our reoccurring projects. First and foremost, we have no new capital projects, so the changes are extremely minor in either a dollar amount or a year when that something is going to occur. But again, understanding the realities of the fiscal constraints, we have no new projects. So our repair and renovation for our volunteer fire stations, this is at $150,000. This is a normal account that we have where we split the maintenance of our volunteer-owned stations versus the county-owned stations. And this has been a great partnership that we've had for years. That is next followed by our fire suppression tanks. As you know, there are many areas in the county that do not have hydrants. So we have underground tanks, and there is an increase that is listed in there. The regular account is at $125,000. The increase this year of $316,000 is a DPW project of adding a tank. I believe DPW is available to discuss what they project for a future location, and then the terms of that costing. But because that is a partnership with DPW, they provide us the cost, we add it in. So they're available for any questions about that additional tank. And then infrastructure repairs. This is a fund that was started 5 years ago when I arrived with, at the time, our CAO over in Central Services. And there were projects that kept popping up that we did not have the funding for, and things that we must fix. Cracks or detriment of the bay floors, generators that were broken that had to be fixed. So we were seeing projects in the $50,000 range. So we put $150,000 in an account to hopefully get us through the year with those unexpected projects that happen mainly at our fire stations, and most of them related to health and safety concerns. As you can see this year, there's an increase of $535,000. This is due to construction of a signal, a traffic signal that will go in at the Harwood Lothian station in South County. Again, this is a DPW cost that was provided to us, and they're happy to answer any questions if there are additional questions. Current projects, most of these are stations in our training academy. As you know, the Fire Training Academy from previous years, we purchased the land off General's Highway. This is also the location of our combined 911 center. So those projects are moving parallel currently. Only the changes that I'm going to note for you all, it's the increased plans and engineering budget in FY25, and then the addition of the construction costs that we may project for FY28. The Arundel Fire Station, this is Station 7, has had a land acquisition change from FY27 to 29. I will say that the property in that area is very tight. It's a very dense area. There's a lot of growth. So we are honing in on property at 2354 and 2358 Davidsonville Road. We also had interest in property closer up by the school. So we're looking at all available parcels and when that purchase should be made so that we can acquire the appropriate space and stay within the timeline of the fiscal constraints. Wall Chapel Fire Station, which is Station 5, they are seeing an increase in the land acquisition budget from 27 to FY28. The Jessup Fire Station, Station 29, this will be one of our stations that will be getting redone. It's in our worst condition right now of all 31 station. So the construction has been delayed to FY27. We are seeing an increase in land acquisition this year. And working with real estate, we believe we almost have the property purchased within a 3-mile radius of where we currently are. For those of you familiar with this area, we're seeing a lot of highway construction. So we've kind of had to dance around what's going to end up where and getting information from the state. So I think we are pretty close with the land acquisition at this point. I will add there are 2 projects that were closed out previously. Jacobsville Station 10. This station has been completed. We have our folks in there for over a year now, but there was a change with the decreased cost by $485,000. So that's reflected in the actual cost. And then Galesville Fire Station 1 in South County, there was a decreased cost by $56,000, and that's reflected. These 2 projects have been complete, but I just wanted to note the changes. Current moving projects, Cape Sinclair Station 19. This one is underway. There have been delays with this project due to some environmental concerns that we had thought we previously addressed. We have now addressed them, and working with Public Works, who has a lot of information moving forward, we'll be going through some final environmental hearings. There was a land exchange that happened with Danza Park and a piece that was purchased in part of the Cape Sinclair area. So once we work through that, we're working through some trees, how to make sure we have the appropriate number. But we are well on our way. We probably took maybe a 6-month delay, but we're certainly on our way now. And then Crownsville, for those of you that have driven through over by Sunrise Beach Road, you can see we are well underway there. That project is looking phenomenal. And we saw just a couple of minor delays with supply. We're still seeing supply chain delays, but we are on track there. So what I can say is the next thing you'll probably see from me is an invitation to a grand opening and an open house when we get to that point. Right now, that's what we have for capital projects. I will move into the operational budget. And I believe you all have those sheets in front of you and everything that you can view on the operational budget. We have some key areas, and this is where I was speaking in the opening about really trying to clean up and just sustain what we are required to sustain, and whether that is based on our operational models that we're currently producing for the citizens and the visitors here in Anne Arundel County, or if it's making adjustments with our union contracts and other contracts that we've seen that need to be updated. You can see in some of the highlighted changes, again, I'll just go through the highlighted changes and any big adjustments, and then we can have a conversation about anything that you would like. You'll see the pay package. This is for union and non-represented. That's a $5.6 million change. There's also the special pay, which is part of the union negotiated contract. And then there is the overtime piece that we will discuss in my next bullet. And then you also see there's some changes based on the pay to the volunteer companies. This is based on EMS billing and transport. If everyone remembers, normally my presentation talks about how much money and revenue we bring to the county and how we've made those increases. 5 years ago when I got here, we were bringing in about 6 million. We are now projected to bring in about 23 million. And a certain cut of that goes to our volunteer companies who ride volunteer ambulances and provide volunteer services through writing volunteer members. So that's just a little background when you see that change. Well, I'll move into the personnel services and changes there. As you can see, there is the reclassification for 11 positions. 10 of those positions are the changes to add officers to 2 of our stations, West Annapolis and then also Brooklyn. So what that currently means is right now we have an officer that is assigned to the engine company in those stations. This provides an officer assigned to the truck company. That is based on contract changes with our local 1563. Those contract changes involved stipulations that career firefighters could not be unsupervised. It also provided provisions about staffing and how we were going to upgrade our staffing levels to make sure that we had 3 personnel on our engines and our trucks and our special services, along with making sure that there was an officer assigned and not just firefighters assigned. So what we have done is try to average the cost of how those positions will be upgraded. Again, they're not new positions. These are upgraded from firefighter positions, driver positions, and paramedic positions to kind of average out the cost. You'll see there is an 11th position. This was a position that is an upgrade. Again, not a new position. It's an upgrade from a lieutenant to a captain. This position was in a pay package bill. Based on legislative changes, it was easier to take it out of the pay package bill, move it into this budget. So we had planned on doing it. It was approved to be done. The timing of budget, the timing of legislative changes, it just made sense to move it over here and to reclassify that. That is for a quality assurance captain that goes with our EMS division. And this is because I feel pretty strongly about quality care and improvement and how we review our reports and making sure that we're getting 100% review so that we are giving the best customer service when it comes to our medical care. The personal services also covers the overtime increase. Chief Altz and Kyle have been absolutely phenomenal working through. This is the piece of where are we at and how do we move forward in a very transparent and clean conversation about what our actual overtime costs are and how we can make sure that we're funding that appropriate. When we lost our budget analyst in the middle of budget season, I asked Chief Altscraft to step up. He is the chief of training and he is phenomenal with numbers. And then we were lucky enough to get Kyle as our new analyst from the budget office. Those two thankfully have the perfect brain power together and think very similar about numbers. So this is probably one of the best collaborations I have seen that has created a really great outcome. The numbers in there are really just that until there is a conversation. When we get to question and answer, I would love for Chief Altscraft just to give you the base of what that change looks like and what that means, and then to have Kyle add anything to the conversation. I'll move right through to the recruit class. We had projected for 55 through attrition, and that is about the average recruit class. We average anywhere between 45 and 70. 70 is the max we can take based on the size of the academy itself and our limitations based on the age of the academy. So when we said 55 for attrition, we had a lot of conversation about what if that fluctuates. Some of the things that were in fluctuation is contract negotiations for the 4 unions that are related to the fire department don't close until after I have submitted my budget. So what this means is there are always variables when it comes to what is going to be in the negotiations package. One of those things was a conversation about the 7th year and the drop for our members. If we add an additional year to our drop, that has the possibility to affect my attrition rate, whether or not people will choose to retire or stay for that additional time frame. So we added in the flexibility of the 70 recruits. We also have coming up within the next 2 years, the potential to retire almost 200 members. And then by FY29, the retirement of 400 members. Those are rounded numbers, but it's 398. It's extremely close. This is what we're seeing of the history of the department when we used to work a 24/48 work schedule. and we moved to a 24/72-hour shift schedule. So when we hired all of these folks, they are now hitting their 20-year anniversary. And what we are seeing from COVID changes is a lot of folks are not staying on the job for 25 and 30 years. So the department really has to be ready for the potential of losing 200 folks in the next 2 years and potentially 400. Unfortunately, majority of these folks are paramedics, so we need to be prepared for that also. So just a little context of the recruit class and why you see that change in number. Apparatus has always been a big budget item for the fire department. I absolutely despise that I have to come here and tell you the cost of apparatus. I wish I could control that, and I cannot. It's almost as embarrassing as how much it costs to build a station with construction costs. And all I can do is sit here and tell you that I need both of those things. Our members need new apparatus, but more importantly, our community needs it. We have always followed an apparatus plan, and I have followed that to a T. We are seeing some reductions with how we are maintaining our apparatus. That is improving when I say reductions, but we are still in need of maintaining the fleet. The reserve fleet is our biggest issue. There are days that we have no reserve trucks. We are starting to see times when we do not have any reserve engine. This is at no fault of anyone here. This is obviously prior years that we're playing catch up. Approximately 15 to 20 years ago, almost no apparatus was purchased. When I came in as chief, the average engine cost about 1.3 million. I'm sorry, the average engine cost about 700,000. We are now seeing engines cost about 1.3 million. The average truck was below $1 million. Trucks and tower ladders are costing anywhere between 1.7 and 2.3 million. The most influential piece of apparatus is the delay coming off of production. You could buy a piece of apparatus and receive it in 1 year or 12 to 16 months. We are not receiving apparatus for 3+ years, which means I really have to have a great team that can project our needs. And I really can't delay in purchasing because our community will not see that for 3 years. So with that, for the apparatus, we are still deciding what would be the best to buy as we juggle the timeframes and the money. We are projecting to buy engines and trucks because that will be the most influential to our fleet. There is also the impact, thankfully, our partners with video lottery money. They have committed to purchasing an engine for our Station 21, which is Harmons Dorsey. We are projecting that engine to need to be replaced in 2 years. So we're trying to get ahead, and we are certainly grateful for that. Since I'm speaking about video lottery money, I'll also add in that they are continuing to support and fund fire and EMS operations from a personnel standpoint. The thing that this body should understand is that funding decreases by 500,000 every year. So in about 5 years, the cost of that personnel funding will be needed to move to the general fund. There's approximately 2.3 million more left with the video lottery funding. So that's why I say if we're taking 500,000 incremental cuts, it's about 5 years that'll have to be absorbed by the general fund. So that's not a now problem. That's an awareness problem for our future. So with that, I believe that is the bulk. Again, we're looking at sustainment. We're looking at how we continue to do business the way we normally do business without taking any major cuts. And I will open for any questions or anything I might have missed.
Ms. Rodvian.
Thank you. Thank you for the very informative presentation, Chief Wolford. I just wanted to ask about the topic of recruiting. As you mentioned, you anticipate a pretty significant number of retirements over the next few years. And I'm curious if you feel like you are meeting the recruitment needs to, bring in the personnel to keep the staffing levels at what you need?
This is a fantastic question and a national conversation. The conversation really started with law enforcement a couple years ago when they saw their numbers severely depleted. We knew the writing was on the wall. We are seeing it in our volunteer workforces across the country. We're certainly feeling it in our volunteers here within the county. Time demands are just not allowing for folks to give that much, along with costs. People work multiple jobs. And while Anne Arundel has always really served with the volunteers as a really good feeder system into the career, we are for the first time seeing definitely a tightness. The last class we were filling with 70 and we got to 69. And I will say we worked very diligently to make sure it was a recruit class that we could fill as much as possible. So the answer to your question is yes. Is it going to be difficult? And yes, nationally, we are seeing the reduction in the workforce. What we have changed is amping up our social media. And then really recruitment has become a one-on-one person-to-person game. So we really rely on every member in the department to be a recruiter. And we rely on our partnering agencies around us to discuss like best practices and things to do. So we're actually working with personnel right now, really trying to pinpoint where we can make reductions in our timeline, where we can make enhancements in our recruitment process, knowing process is also part of why people decide to stay or leave. If we have to fill 70, I think we can do that. One of the main things we've changed is Anne Arundel Fire has always done multiple lists off of one recruitment process, which means if you're not chosen in the first selections of a class, you're teed up, but you're going to be a year or two. And we know that's not the mentality of the folks that we are trying to hire. The instant reward, the instant job is really key. So we are going with one testing process per class, which financially is difficult, but we need to do it. It's one of the greatest levels of feedback is we're losing good applicants. And right now, everyone in the region is open hire all the time because of those constraints.
Thank you.
Ms. Fiedler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Chief. Thank you for your presentation. If you could just speak to the difference in the original FY24 and then the estimated FY24, it looks like the largest impacts were personal services and then capital outlay, but it does not look like the budget contemplates or anticipates capital outlay changing much for FY25. So if you could just speak to those points.
Yes, ma'am. And the capital outlay, are you seeing the 508,000? Is that what you're looking?
Yeah.
At 508. So it says the removal of a one-time equipment cost for defibrillators tactical team. I will say the capital outlay, Chief Faltzcraft, this is based on some of the auditor's report and what they had listed in there. Is there a specificity listed with that?
No, I was just more curious where the discrepancy is, or where the difference came in for original FY24 and then the estimated FY24, and then for capital outlay. Looks like there's a $3 million difference, but then you go back in the proposed FY25 budget, and the proposed budget for capital outlay is roughly what the original FY24 budget was. So you're not anticipating, that increased need continuing.
Can I jump in real quick?
Sure.
So the difference between the FY24 budget and the FY24 estimate of actual, it's that the fireboat was rolled over from FY23 to FY24, and there's a overtime overage in FY24 that was also. So the budget in FY25, because the fireboat's a one-time charge,
Yep,
it doesn't roll over into FY25.
perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kyle, this would actually be a great opportunity for you and Chief Faltzcraft to follow up on the overtime piece with the personnel services and how we made those adjustments.
I'll let Chief Foltzgraff start. You want to go?
Okay. So we looked at our overtime model as Kyle and I started working through the budget this year, and really went back to the basics with it, and looked at a lot of the assumptions and calculations in that model, and cooperatively worked together to rebuild that, and came out with what we believe is going to be a much more accurate prediction of overtime spending for the coming year. A couple of the things that we found that drastically changed our projections were the contractual increases in the average hourly rate, but also increases in leave usage patterns among employees. That together totaled about 25,000 hours, or between $1.5 and $2 million of difference in overtime, just based on the differences in leave usage that we've seen our employees over the last 5 years. The overtime model also included some changes to support the roving positions that did not exist with some of the staffing upgrades that we've made. So the new model includes those. And it also added in vacancy overtime that was not previously calculated for our fire communications operators in our dispatch center as well.
Ms. Ledbetter?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Chief. Thank you for being with us today, and to your team as well. Thank you all. In the budget book, there is a list of the apparatus placed in service. One of the things listed are 3,000-gallon tankers. Are those tankers the tankers that with dedicated staffing, and where are they?
Great question. No, so the current dedicated staffing is in your district. This is Station 9, Harwood Lothian, where the dedicated staffing is for the tanker. Along with the rebuilding of the fleet, the tankers had not been replaced in numerous years. So when you're seeing the addition of those being added in, we have added those in the county. We have shifted our model multiple times to make sure that we're putting the tankers in the correct placement based on water supply needs. So right now there is currently a tanker in Orchard Beach. In order to answer the question of the location, it would probably make sense for me just to quickly hit on cross-staffing and why those stations are chosen based on our staffing model. So let me just throw that in there. With the one tanker being staffed at Station 9 in your district, having the location of the other tankers, what that means is there are crews in those houses where there is also an engine company along with the tanker. Cross-staffing means that one crew is dedicated to one piece at a time, but based on how the calls are put out, based on the projected need of that type of call, they can be assigned to a tanker or they can be assigned to an engine. But that means that only one is leaving the station and the other one is left there. And that is dependent on the location of the call. If they are the first and closest engine to an emergency, then they would hop on the engine. But if they are the first and closest tanker, then they would hop on a tanker. And this also happens for trucks or squads. So it's not just a tanker specific model, but it does mean that one crew has to function by the selection of our GPS, of our AVL, of our CAD system based on the need. So it could happen on either side. If that makes sense and kind of explains why some of those resources are listed where they are.
Madam Chair, may I ask a follow-up?
Go ahead.
Thank you. So I just wanted to, that was very helpful. Thank you. But I want to make sure I understand clearly. So of the 3 tankers that are listed as in service, the Harwood Station 9 has dedicated staffing. What about the other 2 of those 3?
No, ma'am, they do not have dedicated staffer. And I believe Chief Young or Chief Foltzgraff has the location countywide, or we can send you a map that shows the location of where those tankers are and then the area that they would run that correlates with their location.
Okay, thank you. Madam Chair, another follow-up?
Go ahead.
I will take a pause. So I think one of the questions that I have about cross-staffing, and if you could walk us through it, I think it would be helpful, is I'm going to talk about I'm going to use a worst case scenario. I'm not an expert, so you may feel that it's not a worst case, but this is the example that I have. So there was recently a fire at the recycling center back in April, and we had tankers respond from Riva, Station 6, which I think is Harold Harbor. Please correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, you got it.
And West Annapolis. And because those tankers were there, does that mean that at all three of those stations, a different apparatus was then out of service?
Yes, ma'am, that's
Yeah,
correct.
well, because the tanker is there, it means that either the ambulance couldn't run or the truck couldn't run. Because
It would, correct, depending on the staffing model, something was at those stations. Now, particularly the stations that you named, this is why the combination service is so great. If we have volunteer crews there, then we can stand up those pieces that stay back. So the addition of having our riding volunteer members, either the volunteers can take the tanker, or the career crew can take the tanker and the volunteers can take the engine, or vice versa. But this is one of the great things about a combination system. You are correct. If there was only one crew there, if you were to drive by a station and look inside, there would be a piece of apparatus sitting there. I couldn't tell you exactly which one. It would be based on the call model, but that is the correct concept.
that makes sense. Madam Chair, another follow-up?
I'm sorry, let me just add one fact too. Don't be confused by the fact that all the stations are full with lots of apparatus. And that is where we store apparatus. That is where we keep replacement. That is where you move from a first line to a second line. So I don't want folks to think if they drive by and they see 4 engines in a station that we should have or do have 4 different crews of people. There's a lot of stuff that we need to keep indoors and protected.
Thank you for the clarification. Madam Chair, is it okay?
Go ahead.
Thank you. So in regards to the stations where there's currently cross-staffing at these tankers, is there a plan to eventually have dedicated drivers at these locations? My understanding that it's Riva, Lakeshore, West Annapolis, and eventually Crownsville. Do I have that right?
That one's slightly off. You were doing great, though. You knew Harold Harvard was 6, so I was impressed by that. Slightly off the order for dedicated tanker drivers based on the data and our response models would be Jacobsville, Crownsville, correct, and Crownsville, Harold Harbor. Those words are interchangeable right now as we're under construction. So
That's
yes,
what's me confused about the Station 6. I was
correct. As we move that up, it's Crownsville. So it would be Jacobsville, Crownsville, West Annapolis, Riva. The data would show if we were to support one right now that it would be Jacobsville first. I think a lot of folks forget that that part of the county is without hydrants, just as our South County neighbors are. And then incrementally be able to work our way towards being able to staff all 4 tankers. I think the piece of the conversation for this body and for our community is understanding we currently have staffing and apparatus needs in other parts of the county. We have other needs that have a greater need to be filled. There is really the conversation about the financial impact of what it would take to do that versus the amount of calls that these pieces of apparatus run on. For perspective, the Riva tanker ran less than 50 calls. Majority of those are predominantly in Prince George's County, which also suffers from a lack of water supply and has to use a cross-staff tanker model. The cross-staffing model is incredibly normal in our region, and we all have water supply issues. So really, if we were talking about what that would cost, and if we were to lead to do that, if we were to cover 1 tanker on overtime, it's about $650,000 for the year. And again, that's just overtime, so that's not sustainable. That's just a 1-year model, just to get an idea of what we're talking about for financial value, perspective, perception, water value, and what that brings to the table. If we were to do staffing for a year, the staffing cost is actually higher. You're closer to almost 800,000, about 755,000. And if you were to cover all 4 tankers, which I know would certainly be the easiest conversation, but that comes at a price tag of about $3 million. It's just over $3 million. So these are not small dollar amounts, particularly this year when a $30,000 change in office supplies makes a great impact. When an $80,000 change in nasal cannulas and IVs makes a huge difference in the budget. The numbers are the numbers, but some years the numbers talk easier than other years.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I think possibly only 1 or 2 more follow-ups, if that's okay.
Okay.
So I know you mentioned it's a data-driven decision as far as the order of the priority for staffing those tankers. Does that data include the recent population growth? I know since 2019, for example, Riva has grown by over 700 people residing in the area. If you could explain a little bit more about the data, the analysis that's going into the ordering of those, and no disrespect to those other areas, I'm just not as familiar with their populations. So.
Yes, I actually have a great write-up. I would love to send it to you. I would love for you to send it out to your constituents that explains 4 factors that we took into consideration. The models are updated to the growth. They're not 2019. We did take into account the growth in some of those areas. The other thing to take into account is the growth did include water in a lot of the Riva areas. So the original staffing model of the Riva tanker years ago, there were not as many hydrants. We have seen that growth change in some of the models that hydrants have been added as communities have needed that based on commercial and residential, multifamily residential particularly. So we were able to change the model and adjust where those needs are. And part of that, when we look at the geography of Anne Arundel County, 7 different peninsulas, having a peninsula and the lack of water supply in a peninsula also changes the models. And the location of our drafting tanks. There's over 300 drafting tanks in the community, and anywhere from 10,000 to 60,000 gallons of water. So the drafting tanks change the conversation. The implementation of pumper tankers into a fire department model. An average engine will carry about 750 gallons of water. A tanker can carry up to 5,000 gallons of water. The pumper tanker is a hybrid that carries more. It can carry up to 1,500 gallons of water. So changing our apparatus model to match water supply needs while also making sure I am mindful of a staffing need. Those are some of the changes that you saw in our 5-year apparatus plan to try and better position us based on it's going to cost us more in apparatus, but it will bring us double the amount of water. So, and that's probably a worthy conversation.
Thank you. Last follow-up, which is of the new FY25 recruits that we will be graduating, is there any consideration or plan or possibility that some of these folks could be looked at for some of these tanker staffing needs?
Absolutely. Everyone that graduates would be viable to be a driver. When they come out of recruit school, they do 12 months on probation. Once they clear probation, they're an EMTB and a firefighter 2. After 3 years in the department, they are allowed to test and proficiency advance to be a driver. They're all certified and trained drivers. That would include tankers. It includes all of our large and small apparatus. So we have numerous drivers that are trained. They retain that ability throughout their career as long as they stay up to date on their credentials. So anyone that is past that mark that has those credentials, including our volunteer members, can drive the tankers. What we don't have is the additional pins to staff that. And as you know, our staffing model is 5.2. We actually anticipate that to probably go up slightly. And what that means is it's not just one individual in a position. I actually need 5.22, I believe, or 5.23. So it's not as easy as 5.22. Thank you, Kyle. I'm right on it. So it's not as easy as just one that would come out of that recruit class. Hopefully all of them will make themselves eligible to proficiency advance and drive. But the conversation does mean that it's 5 that move into a position and not just one.
Thank you very much. I will have other questions later, but I'm going to defer to my colleagues, give them a chance. Obviously, the tanker driver is the dedicated tanker drivers, particularly in Riva, is a really important priority for my constituents, and definitely would be willing and open and excited to work with colleagues, the county executives team, your team, to find a way to expedite the ability to staff that tanker with dedicated staffing as soon as possible. So that's my last little comment along this line, but I'm going to defer to my colleagues. Thank you, Madam Chair and colleagues, for indulging my extensive questions at this time.
Mr. Volkey.
Good morning, Chief. Thank you.
Good morning.
I'm going to follow up a little bit on what Councilwoman Ledbetter was asking. So, but I'm going to go to a slightly different angle because I'm not necessarily pushing for a fully staffed tanker at Jacobsville, though I get that's where the data pushes it. So I want to talk about draft tanks for a second. That particular fire that occurred, my understanding was that there was a draft tank on site that had been required when that building was constructed, and that it was an operational decision by the department to not use that draft tank at that time. My concern with this, and what I hope maybe you or some of your team can speak to, is when the draft tank was placed, the fire department came in and said, here's where we want you to put it, because you all have to review that site plan. It's not like that's just randomly placed in the ground. How many instances do we have in the county where you all, not necessarily you, but the fire department at large over the course of the fire department's history, has said, this is where we want a draft tank, and then now we think there may actually be problems, that it's too close to a structure and it may make that draft tank unusable? Can anybody speak to that? Because that's my bigger concern. Is I hear you on the pumper tankers, 750 gallons, 1,500 gallons, but you've got these draft tanks that you said were anywhere between 10 and 60,000 gallons. As a firefighter I know recently put it, you can do a lot of work with 10,000 gallons of water, right? So if anybody can speak to that, because to me, I think that's the crux of the challenge that I'm seeing is you've got these draft tanks that are on site, but if we're not using them, why are they there?
Great question. Let me first address the first part of it about the choice to not use the tank. I would love to say I know why somebody put that tank there. I cannot go back in time and figure that out. I don't know that any of us were here in that time frame to be able to figure out why. We have researched all the paperwork. We have pulled all the data and information we can possibly get from county lands, permits, you name it. I'm sure you know, after that fire, I scorched the earth looking for everything. That was the site selected, that was agreed upon by the fire marshal's office and DPW. So you are correct. At the time, the fire marshal signed off on that. So two things about that. One, the fittings that are on that tank were only fitted to face one direction, which in this case is towards the building and towards the fire, which means I had to place the apparatus from the building and where the standpipe is for the drafting tank. I had to place the apparatus in between there, which put us in the collapse zone. There are certainly people that would argue the distance of that collapse zone and that we would have been just clear of it, and that my driver operator would have been on the adjacent side because they were operating at the pump panel. That was a risk I was unwilling to take, to put a person there, much less multiple people that would be walking by it. If the fittings were on the reverse side, it would have given me a greater distance and they could have parked on the opposite side of it. But the hard sleeves that hook up to that do not bend in that direction. It is extremely hard plastic, that tubing, and we would not have been able to hook up to that fitting and then reverse it back around. So I didn't have that option. I don't like the placement of that tank. It clearly didn't work for us. If we ever wanted to have an additional conversation of, do I think that tank would have change the effectiveness of the outcome of that fire, we could have that conversation also. That's actually a lithium ion battery conversation. And that was a component of that fire. I don't have the outcome. I don't have the origin and cause of that fire to be able to share right now. But batteries, lithium ion, which is a national conversation. I've spent the last year in front of Congress. The heat and the amount of fire that comes off of devices with batteries and battery components burns hotter and longer than any fires we have seen in the history of the fire service. This is part of the conversations with EV and electric vehicles and why we're hearing people talking about having to submerge vehicles because these fires don't go out. And we do know that was a component of this fire. So whether or not that tank would have changed the outcome, that's probably a love story and a love song that will be sung for years. But I know I made the right decision by not using that tank. My members is always the focus of my incident commanders. So there is that piece of the conversation. The second part to follow up on is the location and if we have tanks in other locations. We are checking into that. As I said previously, we have over 300 tanks. Majority of them are not positioned based on when and how a building was built. That is a little bit more of a unique model. If you're driving around the county, normally you see a pull off on the side of the road and you see a big yellow bar with two sticks.
I have one on my street.
Okay, great. If you could keep a 3-foot distance cleared around that and keep that mode, that is also your public safety message for this hearing. 3 feet distance. I know everybody loves the seagrass covering it up because they're ugly. We like to see them. So if you could work on that in your district, that would also be helpful. Thank you. So majority of them are in clear open areas and we do not have that problem. There's normally a padded surface to make sure it can bear the weight of the apparatus when we pull up to it and have to connect. So we are looking into it. We don't foresee that as an issue and we have not had this issue previously, but we are double checking it to make sure. Moving forward, DPW is always conferring with us about placement, but that is, again, not the normal model to require a building to place a tank. At this time, when this tank was placed, sprinklers were not requirements and advanced life safety protection were not involved as much in the national conversation. At this point in time, you would get fire safety alarm systems and you would get sprinklers that would be required over a tank. It's a much more efficient model, and firefighters and civilians don't die in sprinklered buildings.
May I ask a follow-up?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Chief, I really appreciate that. I think that was a very thorough, comprehensive answer. I don't in any way want to discount the tragedy of what happened in South County, and I recognize why my colleague is asking these questions. I guess how I'm looking at it is, in this, I want to learn something from what was a tragic situation, right? And I guess that I appreciate hearing the fire department and DPW are working to take whatever lessons learned, which I know you always do, and apply those to future situations. So I just want to make sure that from this, obviously there is an appropriate amount of reaction, right? And the appropriate amount of reaction is, sounds like what you're doing in terms of looking at draft tanks, making sure they're appropriately placed, making sure that you know where they all are and that the fittings are where you need them to be, et cetera. I'm not saying that we shouldn't get pumper tankers, but I think the cost benefit analysis of that, I appreciate where the department is looking on that particular piece of it. So I had another question, similar topic, but this is something I've heard from some of our volunteer members at points, and even some people who are career firefighters here and other places. But has the department given any consideration, because obviously the drivers are a piece of the apparatus, getting that in service and getting that out, to having dedicated drivers that would not necessarily be full, completely trained firefighters? You've got 3 firefighters on the engine or the squad or the whatever. I don't even know your lingo enough to understand this, but then you'd have somebody who their whole job is just to drive, right? They are the person who gets the apparatus to and from, and you could bring them in either as a contracted person or as a volunteer member or something like that. Operationally, I know that's not ideal, right? For you, you want everybody on the apparatus to be able to jump in and do everything that needs to be done. I recognize that is the highest standard of where you want to be, but as a sort of measure to get your operational members as fully functional as possible, does that do anything to help you in terms of staffing? Would that be a consideration you all have looked at?
It is a consideration we looked at. It was part of the discussion when we did the town hall after the fire, when we were at Station 9. For me, the number one thing is all that does is move the problem. It certainly would solve a need to just have somebody capable of driving, but it just changes the difficulties of the conversation. The tankers go with one driver, which means there's no partner, there's no backup. I think there's a couple of things that are important to understand. There are two things that really, really are important when you talk about being able to function and save a life, whether it's a firefighter's life or a civilian's life when you are on a fire ground. And it's your ability to get water and your ability to communicate. So I do not want to diminish the role of our driver operators, and that they don't just drive something and then stand there and wait for everybody else to show up. They are tasked with numerous different tasks on the fire ground, but most importantly, making sure they are controlling that pump panel so that there is the appropriate amount of water given and how they allocate that resource. The other thing is, what is the expectation and what is the willingness of the community? I know that when our community sees the logo that's behind me, the logo of the fire department, they expect somebody that is able to provide firefighter services and medical services. If I have a tanker showing up on a scene that has our logo and I just have somebody that can drive it, I feel like I am leaving the community with less than what we already have. I would have a person that does not know how to give medical aid. I would have a person that doesn't know how to transmit messages on our radio. I would have an individual that would not be able to drive emergency lights and sirens to get that tanker to a call. If you're in South County and you can't drive lights and sirens, you could take up to 45 minutes. If you're in North County and sitting in traffic on 97, you could equally take up to 45 minutes. Emergency services personnel have to be capable of understanding rules, regulations that come with operating lights and sirens. And so there is really a breadth of reasons why I feel this is a no. But I feel it was a great option to look at. We did dive into the pros and the cons. But at the end of the day, my dedication is to providing the best service to the community. And I believe this would diminish what we provide currently. It would certainly confuse the model of what we provide and when. For me, the greatest asset of this conversation is back to the question that we received from Councilwoman Rodvian, is recruitment and retention and how we continue to bolster our volunteer services. When we have good double houses of volunteers, the volunteers come in and they go, we saw the call come out and, you know, we're going to staff up tonight. Like, let's get the extra apparatus there. And to me, this is the partnership that we continue to talk about. You do have to be an EMT. You do have to be a firefighter one to be a volunteer. But I know that when we show up at your door, you all don't care if it's career or volunteer. The community doesn't care, right? They see the t-shirt, they feel trust, they know that they're going to be well respected and we're going to take care of them. So my job is to continue to bolster that staffing on both sides and hope that we can get to a point that even if we can't pay for it, it could still be a relied upon service that could happen.
Thank you. I have a few more questions, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Chief. And speaking of the service that you provide, so I read an article recently. It was a different jurisdiction. It was not here, but I'm curious if there is some crossover between what other places are seeing and what we're seeing in Anne Arundel County. A lot of calls for service were from nursing homes, and the nursing homes were calling for lift assistance because they did not want to have their personnel lifting up elderly individuals who were in their care, who were in the nursing homes, who had fallen, because the liability would then be on them if getting them up. And if one of their employees got hurt, they would be suffering that liability. They would be looking at that claim. So instead, they pick up the phone and call the fire service, and the fire service shows up. You know, the whole, everything that you all do, the full complement of services you provide just for that lift assist, that candidly should have been handled in-house by the nursing home. And I recognize that a lot of the calls for service that your department is running are EMS type services. They're not necessarily fire services, even though it is still the fire service. So I guess, are we seeing things like that? And if so, is there thought or conversation about how to basically adjust for that, whether that is putting out some kind of policy or whether that is some sort of retroactive billing to the facility to say, if you're going to sort of use the firefighters and the EMS service that we have in this way, and you're going to use it to try to avoid your own liability as a private business, we're not going to allow that. Has that conversation been had at all? Because I saw that was in another jurisdiction, and that immediately triggered for me. I think it's something like 80% of your calls are the EMS type calls. So, I would assume that many of them have to do with some of our aging population. So you can tell me I'm completely crazy and off base, or if this is something you're talking about, I'd love to hear about it.
On this topic, you are not crazy and off base. So no, this is a very normal conversation. You are correct about the 80% being EMS calls. Excuse me, I think there's actually information in your budget showing that we continue to increase. We're almost at 100,000 calls annually. And we do see that the service calls are considered lift assist. Service call is a category that is all encompassing. The why of the nursing homes, I obviously couldn't speak to that, but your assessment of exactly what happens, they call, we go in, we help, we assist, we get patients back in bed. Very common call happens for every station in every part of the county, and every member of the department does it a bazillion times. That is very accurate. Two sides to that conversation. These facilities are in our community, and these are partners and members within our community, and I have a great deal of respect for that. These are also members that when they leave those facilities, or community members when they leave those facilities, that they go back to homes within, our community. So there is a service that is needed to be provided because I commit to taking care of all of our residents. But at the same time, there is also the business model approach from some of those facilities and how they care and handle their patients. Some are much better than others. From an EMS perspective, we have had years and years. This conversation probably goes back to the inception of the fire service. And I won't take you there, but we have had continued conversation. We have EMS officers 24/7 that are assigned by battalion. We have 4 battalions in the county. If you all remember, over the past couple of years, you've actually agreed to fund those positions so I can bolster that and have 1 EMS supervisor per battalion. The EMS supervisor is also assigned to some of these care facilities for relationship building. And for a common understanding of, they can go and talk to the manager on the floor at midnight. They can talk to the owner. These are small facilities that are within neighborhoods, and then these are large multi-unit facilities. But we try to maintain that relationship. So when we see a level of call volume excessiveness, that we can speak to them about why we're being called and really keep it at a conversation level. I think there could be opportunity if there was a financial element to be gained from some of those conversations. But that would also have to be an appetite for the overall county, because it's not just our system that gets affected. We are the most affected when it comes to the lift assist. So what we have done is really tried to bolster our EMS supervisors' capability. You all will see me continuing to ask in that need for staffing as we project out our staffing needs. You've already greatly fulfilled that for me in past years. But the relationships and trying to be honest, and then that really moves us into a position of when that becomes excessive, our funding and our use of our mobile integrated health team And this is a team that is on day work, that is not assigned to a response unit. It is a paramedic, a social worker, and a nurse. This is a collaboration with the Department of Aging and our hospitals that we make one-on-one visits to the household. So hopefully we are not getting those calls. Those teams have also gone and spoken to some of our care facilities of how they can make improvements and how they can be less of a utilizer of our 911 system. So that team, their focus is on reducing the unnecessary call volume that comes into our 911 center, which then reduces the need for the response model, for the apparatus wear and tear, for the people wear and tear, and for the unnecessary engagement if we can mitigate that.
It's a great answer. Thank you, Heidi. And I appreciate the holistic way that you all have looked at that, especially bringing in the other departments to sort of keep it in a collaborative space. Okay. So, Madam Auditor, I keep giving her kudos for this, her and her staff, and not just her, because obviously she speaks for a lot of people, but these letters that she's put together for us are extremely helpful. And so on page 3 of the letter that deals with the operational side of the fire department, we can see the adjusted budget to actual budget, what your department has spent for FY 21, 22, 23. And what it looks like there is that we are largely budgeting a little bit over, not a ton, but a little bit over what your actual expenses are. That's what I'm seeing for those years. I recognize for FY 24, we did the fourth quarter transfer bill because we had to cover some overtime. I think that was about $710,000 that came to the fire department. That was bill 4623. So with that, are you looking to be over budget for FY 24 without that? Or was that something that has helped to keep you level set? I guess I'm just trying to understand, because I hear you on how you all have gone back and reassessed the overtime modeling. And I understand the sort of the work that's been done on that. That's a pretty significant piece of the ask for this year's budget. So I guess I'm looking at years past, what we've had to do in terms of fourth quarter transfers, and then how different those things are versus the additional, I think it's 5.6 million this year, or 5.319, excuse me, for this year for the overtime budget. Why is it that we've historically run at that level? You've not been over budget, and we haven't had to do a ton of fourth quarter transfers, save for this 4623 bill. But now we're coming in and seeing a 5.6 or $5.3 million increase.
Can I make one comment just to clear something up?
Yeah, please.
That chart is based on the adjusted budget, not the original budget. So that is the budget after a fourth quarter transfer occurred last year.
Got you. But we don't have FY 24 in there, so we don't see what that was, right?
No, I just wanted to be clear that they were actually over budget last year.
They were, okay, got you. So you would have been over budget, but for the $710,000 transfer.
Correct.
Okay. So then looking at years past, because I looked for transfer legislation that we've passed. I did not see, and I may have missed it, right, candidly, but I didn't see a lot of other fourth quarter transfers that we've had to kick in for overtime for the fire service in the last few years. But if I missed it, tell me.
No, I don't believe. Again, my awareness is the last 5 years, but I've looked at the historicals. I believe you are correct.
Okay. So then kind of to the question, I guess looking at that and saying, if we haven't had fourth quarter transfers every year, which I don't want to penalize you for, because I respect that. I think I would prefer you not to do that. So I just want to be clear about that. But if you haven't been having those, and if you've been sort of transferring over only in this past year, what's the reason for looking historically at the last 3 years that we've closed out, FY 21, 22, 23, and then knowing you were going to be a bit over budget for 24, what's the justification for the 5.3 million additional overtime here? Because I'm not. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry, Kyle. Jump in.
Sorry, one piece that's missing here
is
that the past 3 years we've had gigantic amounts of cares. We've transferred, I'm not going to give you an exact number, but we've transferred a very large number the past 2 years to the CARES grant. So that's why we haven't seen it. If that CARES grant didn't exist, they would have been over. Does that make sense?
It does. So
we didn't need a fourth quarter transfer, and they didn't go over budget because we used that CARES grant.
And
Okay,
so then let me just add, so
Yeah.
that's the visual of why you can't see it.
Right.
I'm gonna guess what your question would be, Councilman Volkey, is then why in multiple years would you be over? And thank God for CARES money. Is that where we were going?
just it's like you're reading my mind. You've
Uh,
been doing this for a lot of years.
so have you. So we're all on the same page, which is great. So there are a couple of factors that have all come to a culmination. We spoke about the adjustment for the overtime calculation. Again, if we're looking historically, we were having issues every year with matching that calculation. The fire department would say, this is the number we need. The budget office would say, this is the number we have. And then everybody would kind of go, okay, well, so we're going to go with this number and let's hope you don't get to this number. And I'm happy to have these open conversations because everybody was just doing the best with what they knew then. This is why I'm incredibly grateful with Kyle and Chief Falchcraft that they were willing to do the dirty work of digging in to figure out the why. But that's the honest answer is we would ask for this much, we wouldn't get it. And this goes prior to me, this conversation. And they would go, okay, well, this is what it is. You have to try and meet it. And we never would. And then they would shuffle a bunch of money. The greatest impact on top of that with correcting the calculation is in years past, union contracts were negotiated in multi-year format. In the 5 years I have been here, the union contract is negotiated every year. The timing of that is a massive county-wise process, negotiations, the Office of Personnel. The budget is a massive county conversation through the budget office that must occur. These are major things happening for everyone. When you have multiple unions, it is more impactful. And when you have multiple unions that negotiate for service changes, pay packages, special pays, a lot of things that affect the final outcome, those processes are at different timings where, like I previously said, the negotiations through the county does not close until after the budget has been submitted from the fire department side. So we are seeing a compounding of every year having negotiation contract changes that I am mandated to fulfill within 1 year. It's a June to June contract. Anywhere between 800,000 up to 1.3 million. And we start to see a compound of that. I believe in the union contract. I believe in our agreements. And thankfully the county executive does too. So we don't falter on those. But I also just don't have that money and I don't know what to ask for because I don't know what's going to be closed out in. This conversation has been a very receptive conversation to the leadership in the county. With the county executive, the CAO, the budget officer, and particularly the personnel officer. So I know we are working on that conversation. I think our model with going to the 1 year negotiations is really just the first to see the impact of what that looks like. And this is where it is put as. So I need to get that corrected with the budget piece to better align so we don't see this. When you're in a multi-year contract, it's able in 3 years to adjust that and go, we can get that next year. Let's pull that back. Let's push that forward. I don't have that luxury. June comes very quickly.
Understood. Just my last thing, this is not necessarily a question, it's not for the fire service. Madam Auditor, if we could get some kind of sense, maybe a supplement to what your team put together that talks about the amount of CARES funding that went to the fire service that was sort of supplemental for these overtime expenditures, I think that would just be helpful to get a full picture of what we're looking at. Thank you.
Sure.
Yep.
Mr. Smith?
Gotta have my flag up. Arundel. Arundel, I appreciate the Chief. Appreciate the remarks. I did read the email in reference to the Ferndale. It's unfortunate, but it's policy driven, right? So any career personnel will need that career leadership, and since they are sort of resistant to the career leadership being present on site, totally understand why it kind of sort of, what's the term I'm looking for? Like locks your hands up or whatever. So it forces you to sort of, and is that a union agreed stance?
Yes,
That
yes, sir. It's in the union contract.
Okay.
Correct.
All right. Well, that's definitely appreciate the thorough responsiveness to the email. So that's all I was going to say.
Thank you.
It's,
Ms. Ledbetter.
Darn mute button. Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to circle back to the conversation that Mr. Volke started about the drafting tanks. Thank you. Actually, he didn't know it, but he actually hit some of the questions that I had already, so I won't repeat. But in regards to the drafting tanks, and it's kind of along the vein that you were talking about the reasons for not hooking up to that one particular in South County. I've been made aware from some other constituents of situations, a marina in particular comes to mind, where a similar situation happened that they didn't hook up. The decision was made not to hook up to the drafting tank because it would take longer. Then I think in this particular case, they may have pumped water out of the creek. I'm not 100% accurate on that, but I highlight that because I think there is my district is large, but one of the wonderful things about it is that we are a very tight-knit community, and the worry that is starting to prevail is, how do we know? So if I'm a business owner, if I'm a homeowner, if I'm a farm owner, whatever that description is, how do we know that this drafting tank that is nearby, how do we know that it's in good working order? How do we know if the fittings are facing the right way or the wrong way? If there is something wrong with the drafting tank, whose expense would it be to correct any deficiencies? Because it's one thing to have them placed. It's another thing to have confidence as a community member that they're operational and usable and ready to go. If you could speak to that, that would be very helpful.
Absolutely. Let me also speak to the pier and the standpipe on the pier. That was quite interesting. That did come up in our town hall meeting, and the requirements to put those in versus the ability for firefighters and their crew to, what we say, stretch a line, to be able to take a line from the piece of apparatus and run it down the pier. There are times where they will choose to use the standpipe system on the pier. There are times that they will choose to pull the line and run that down the pier. So while it is a requirement, it does not get utilized sometimes based on many factors, right? Where the boat is located, what's on fire, how much on fire, where the engine is located, how many resources. So I do find that to be an acceptable model, that they would choose, excuse me, one versus the other. This is the part where I'm extremely proud of our officers to be able to make these decisions in a split second, and why they're not just robots and they are humans that are allowed to process information. So between that and, as I stated to Mr. Volke, the driver and them understanding where they're going to pump water from and where they can get the most pressure. Again, a geography question, a location question. Between the officer and the driver, they make that decision. So I didn't want to let that go, that sometimes you are correct, it does not get used. But that's not because it's not worthless. It's because they made a different assessment based on what information they had in that moment. There are numerous times that those get used. The second part is the drafting tanks. Our crews and the areas they are assigned to, what we call their first due area. So if you're in Deal and you're assigned to Station 42, any of the drafting tanks in that area, the crews on all 4 shifts know about them. They go out and they check them. They make sure that there's the 3 feet of distance. They make sure there's no debris. You know, people have been messing around with the caps or anything like that. Those tanks are also maintained seasonally. So they're drained, they're checked, they're refilled, making sure that the water doesn't freeze, that it doesn't get too cold. So there is a maintenance. That is also what I spoke about in the capital piece. If there is an issue and something is broken or needs to be fixed, because it is a water source, just like a hydrant, obviously in a different manner, then we report that to DPW and we work with them. We would do the same thing. It would have to have a posted out of service. That information goes back to our dispatch center. That information is put into our CAD system to show that that is not a viable resource for whatever the time frame is. We monitor that internally with our logistics chief to see what the time frame is of it being fixed. The system, because it is a computer and it's digitally driven, adjusts to then reassign where the next closest tank is, or would add resources to the model. So say that's the only drafting tank in that area, maybe we would assign an additional tanker to make up for the amount of water. Maybe we would assign 2 additional. But operationally, the model is shifted to understand we don't have that resource. Same thing that happens when we have a water line break and hydrant is out of service. We adjust the operational model, and DPW would notify us of that. So there is a regular maintenance schedule. That is what the fund majority goes to of the 125,000 is a regular maintenance schedule. And crews do go out and they hook up and they test it and they pump and they flow water, and then they shut it back down and they refill what they used, and then they go to the next one.
Thank you for that very thorough answer. For the inspections part, in the budget book there was an inspections listing. Is that the funding line that helps pay for those inspections, or is that a different category? Where I'm going with this is do you have the funds you need? I think, considering the rural nature of so many parts of the county, mine in particular, I'm thinking of making sure that you have the resources, that those drafting tanks are getting the service that they need is really important. So I just want to make sure I'm looking at the right spot in the budget. And then the follow-up for you is also, do you have the funding you need?
Thank you. No, I appreciate that. For the drafting tanks, yes, we have the appropriate funding. And again, because I know this is connected to the statewide fire in your jurisdiction, and I want to be very transparent always with that conversation, there was not an issue with that drafting tank. We made a life safety decision, which I fully supported. So I do not know of any issues with our drafting tanks or any that have been brought forward that are not functioning, that have not been properly maintained. That has not been part of the conversation. If there has been an issue, we've been notified, but I currently don't know of any with our drafting tanks.
If someone if a community member had questions about a drafting tank that's near them, not necessarily a concern, but even just a question, who would be where would be the best point of contact for them to reach out to have further conversations so that they can have the peace of mind and confidence? I really appreciate the fact that you just mentioned that you're not aware of any issues. I think that's good for people to know. At the same time, 2 weeks from now, 3 weeks from now, someone may be nervous. So who would they go to get those questions and concerns addressed?
Absolutely. Anyone, me. I love for those to come directly to me. I love to be able to send a team out. One of the things that you speak about is I never obviously want our folks to feel unsafe. And if there is any concern that folks in your jurisdiction or anywhere in the county don't feel safe, one, I apologize. I know I committed to doing better about making sure that the community understood the vast amount of resources that they have. And in fact, partnered with the county executive for him to put out in one of his weekly newsletter writings all of the increases. I would love for you to continue to push that to your constituents so they know how much we have added to South County resources that did not exist before I was in this role. What I would love to do is, if anybody has those, if you want to forward those to me, we will have them meet up with an engine crew at the site. We'll have the crew pump the tank so they can see exactly how it works. I think a visual of understanding and seeing the gauges and understanding how the tank is refilled, what the water does, how we get it into the pump, how we hook up. It's obviously a very unique process. It's almost an art form. Water supply is a symphony. And if you hear the music of that, it is beautiful. But it is a finesse technique. So I would love to be able to, if anybody has concerns, we can meet them out of the tank and show them exactly how it works so they fully understand.
Thank you for that offer. I will make sure my constituents are aware of it. And still along the lines of drafting tanks. And I'm just going to kind of roll. I don't see any other of my colleagues' flags up. Madam Chair, feel free to stop me if you feel you need to. But I see that Mr. Braun has joined us from DPW, and while we're talking about drafting tanks, I know one of the projects in particular is to put in Davidsonville a new drafting tank. I heard you mention in your presentation the exact location isn't determined yet. I think it's still being looked at and studied, but if you could just give what other details you do have about that project, that would be very helpful.
Good morning, David Braun with the Department of Public Works. I believe that the tank we had talked about over the last year or two is being looked at in Davidsonville, has been installed now at the Farm Credit Bureau building site.
Thank you, David. I didn't know if that was confirmed, so I didn't know if you wanted me to share that information. Thank you.
That's fine.
Appreciate it.
That's fine.
So it's installed and operational, ready to go.
Yeah, it's still in its warranty period, but yes.
Okay. How large is that particular tank? And if you need to get back to me with that, I understand.
I will do that.
Thank you. And then are there any other locations that within that capital budget line item, are there any other locations within South County that are being looked at for potential sites in the future, or is anything else on the radar?
At this point, the funding that's in the budget is limited to maintenance and inspections and maintenance upkeep as necessary of the existing tanks. There isn't any funding for a new tank.
Thank you very much for the answers. I appreciate it. And then, Chief, I have a couple unrelated questions that are separate from the drafting tanks as well. Particularly in relation to volunteer companies, I'm just curious, how is the budget that is reimbursed to the volunteer companies created? I mean, everyone, regardless of what department you're in, we've all seen the same rise in fuel costs, electricity, it's driving everything up. Were those things taken into consideration as volunteer budgets are determined? Do the volunteer companies, is there a back and forth where they present you, this is what we would like? Does it work like what we're doing here right now? If you could highlight that process, just help me understand where those numbers come from and how involved the companies are in the process.
Thank you. Great question. If you all remember Chief Dinkle, our former deputy chief who used to do budget, when I got here, Chief Dinkle and I did 3 budgets together. And for 3 years, he desperately asked for a volunteer committee to be put together so that they could tell us what their additional needs were. Right now, we have the repair and renovation for volunteer stations. And this is obviously the structure of the station and the needs. But, we said, please, come one, come all, tell us everything you possibly need. Let's put a committee together. Okay, nobody seems to be wanting to do the committee thing, so just submit by this date, tell us what you anticipate, things like that. We got minimal to almost no feedback. So we stuck with our regular plan, the $150,000 a year. And normally what happens is, a company will call and say, hey, we got a roof leak and we're looking to fix it. They follow the proper procedures if they want to be reimbursed by the county, which means that they have to go out for bid or get 3 quotes. Sometimes the companies say, we're just letting you know, and we're going to pay for it because, X, Y, and Z, whatever their reasons are. At other times, they do the project. We agree upon a split prior to that. If there's money in the account and, we're far enough into the year and we foresee that we could probably do 100%, we'll pay for it 100%. Depending on what it is, and if there's already been a past precedent set of it's an HVAC unit. I'm just using a random example. And we always go 50-50 on those. Then we make those decisions. There is a little bit of a variable also for the volunteer-owned stations that also have a hall. The square footage of a hall is very big, and that is not something that the county supports because the halls tend to specifically support the 501c3 actions of a private volunteer company. And of course, that was laid out well before. So we really don't support projects associated with that. But we do keep in mind that these are public buildings. They are public accessed. We love our community to be in them, so we have a duty to care for them properly. And that there are career and volunteer members in all the stations and volunteer members in majority of them. And what is the right thing to do when it's a health and safety standard to fix. So we agree on that. We work that out. Sometimes a receipt is submitted and they say, can you pay 30 or 50%? And we do what we can. I think part of maybe what you're alluding to is when you spoke about the electric. In the past 2 years, we have had to send letters out to the company that just says, please be mindful. We're coming to the end of the fiscal year. And the costs and the projections of electric, water, whatever we thought we had good projections for, but we're going to be tight. And so that's just a heads up to say, please be conservative as you can. We think the money will last, but there are times where we have gotten really, really close. And last year was one of those times. So it's more of a just be mindful, but we are still committed. Just a heads up of the times of what we fiscally actually have.
Right. I just want to make sure thank you for the answer. I want to make sure I understood one part of it very clearly. So as far as the submitting what they anticipate their expenses to be, that would be a company, because there doesn't seem to be, the committee doesn't seem to have happened, is what I heard you say. So it would be a company by company responsibility to submit their proposal, so to speak, to the county.
Yes.
For what they expect their upcoming.
And there's no official process with that. I feel like the lines of communications from the presidents of the company and the chiefs of the company through myself and Chief Schultz on the operations sides is always very open. Along with right now, Victor is our volunteer association president, that they can send me anything. Chief Novak is the logistics chief. They constantly coordinate with him to say, hey, this is what we're seeing coming up. If it's a very specific item to be included in the budget, then yes, that would have to be a timeline item that they send to us within the time frame of when we're looking at all of our requests. But we do always reach out.
Amazing, thank you. And is there a certain amount of turnaround? So if to have a bill reimbursed, partial and full, however that breakdown is determined, is there a certain standard of service where the county commits to making sure that reimbursement or their portion of the payment happens within X number of days? Is there any expectation along that?
I would have to look into that and see. It certainly would depend on what it is and what process we had to go through on our end. So I really couldn't commit to an answer now, but I'll get you one.
Okay, thank you. And then 2 more volunteer questions. Do we have an active reciprocity agreement with all of the volunteer companies in the county currently?
Yes, ma'am, we do. Currently, the agreements normally go out in July. The way the agreements work is if you extend past the July, the 1-year time frame to get them re-signed, then unless the county, myself, or the volunteer company provides in writing within 30 days that they want to discontinue or change that contract, it just stays into perpetuity until the next one comes. There is a delay in this one. Well, there was a delay last year, so there was the carryover because we made significant changes to the reciprocity agreement to modernize it. Specifically, those changes occurred when we had numerous EEO issues in our volunteer ranks, and I had to be clear about the process and the expectations. So that catalyst came from the county level to work with the legal team and the EEO team to be able to make some of those changes. And then just modernizing. There were items in the contract that are not volunteer choices. They're specifically county fire department and county fire chief choices, such as staffing, operational models. Those are listed in the charter as the sole discretion of the county fire chief.
But right now where we're sitting, we
Yes,
have
they
a
do.
cost agreement with everyone. Okay. And then
Yes.
lastly, for the Arundel fire station replacement, thank you for providing the addresses that you're looking at for land acquisition in your presentation. I greatly appreciate that. Is there any talk as we look forward to that happening in the future of the volunteer company being involved and helping to offset some of the county costs, whether it be the land acquisition, whether it be them helping to fund the building that is obviously separate from land acquisition, but what type of partnership and conversations, if any, are taking place to help offset the cost?
Right. So in involvement and finances, two separate items. Kate Sinclair that we spoke about, Company 19 is a very robust volunteer company. And we did everything in tandem with them. Their president, Randy, and Drew, their chief, was at all of our meetings, along with the captain assigned to the station. So it's not just a upper level conversation. We took all three components. We built that building together. We designed that kitchen together. The chief there, Chief Munch, was bringing in and providing layouts. Randy and I selected tile along with Captain Robertson that's assigned there. So when you talk about involvement, when it's a combination station, for me, the involvement is heavy. It's part of the reason we started including community rooms into the layout, because we feel that serves a volunteer model and a combination model better. It also gives back to the community so that they are in the building and part of us more. So the involvement is very high. I would expect and I would want the same thing from the leadership and the membership with Company 7, that they'll be involved in layout and decision making and bunk room space and lockers and decon and how all of that works. 19 was a fantastic exercise that worked very well. When it comes to the finances, they did reach out and say that they would be interested in potentially partnering and that they feel they would have the money. So that is just the base conversation that's actually happened in the last 6 to 8 months about what that would look like. Land acquisition would definitely be on the part of the county. That is a process that we're already moving into. So the land would be purchased by the county. And as you know, we've talked about costs of fire stations. 5 years ago, a fire station cost 18 million, and unfortunately, we're getting closer and closer to 30 million. So I would certainly entertain continued financial conversation. I think that would be in the best interest of the county budget and county government, and it would certainly be in the best interest of the community. So I'm open to that.
Thank you very much for the thorough answer. Appreciate that. And I misspoke. I have one more question. It's a completely different lane. It's about the fire boats. Did everything come in as expected with the fire boats? You're satisfied with what you have? And I have a specific question, and I will fully admit I am not a boater. And so this might be self-explanatory if I knew more about boats. So I apologize if it's a self-explanatory question, but with what is the draft on the 50-foot fire boats? I'm thinking about the shallow creeks that we have. We spend a lot of money on these boats, want to make sure that we can get them where they're going.
Absolutely. I'm going to see if Chief Falchcraft or Chief Young has it in front of you while I just add to the conversation. So there was a new boat 8 that is stationed down at our Coast Guard station. We're very good partners with Coast Guard down at Arundel on the Bay, the station there. That is also one of our hybrid stations where we have Annapolis City firefighters and Anne Arundel County firefighters in that station. So boat 8 just came in. That's specifically a dive boat. The feature about that makes it specifically a dive boat is the entire, I'll just use layman terms like you, boater terms are very specific. The entire front of the boat comes down so that the operators can get in and out of the water along with our Stokes baskets, which is helps transferring patient care when we have to run medical calls out on the water. So boat 8 is in. The 2 dive boats that have been ordered, the ones you speak of, are from Metal Shark. We expect to see the first one here in July, and then we expect to see the second one in October. So those are both bigger boats, as you alluded, 55-foot boats. The fleet does have additional smaller boats. When you have 7 different peninsulas and different waterways, we have low draft boats such as our Zodiacs, where we can get into some of those smaller areas. Unfortunately, back to the apparatus conversation, when you're a very diverse county geographically, rural, urban, and those needs, it creates multiple different types of apparatus, but our waterways create multiple different types of vessels. That fleet was quite depleted when I got here. So just bolstering that, the fireboats, both of those will not be able to get into every nook and cranny of creeks. So Chief Foltzcraft or Chief Young, did you happen to find the draft on that?
I have to get back on that. It is very low. It's within the 30-inch ballpark, but I don't have the exact. Be able to get back to you on that?
Yeah.
Thank you. Very much appreciate it.
We've been making a list, so I'll add that to the draft on the boat with the repayment timeline for the volunteer repair and renovation.
Thank you very much. I appreciate.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't see any further questions from my colleagues. If you have any parting words, Chief Wolford, this is your opportunity.
Thank you. No, I continue to say thank you. Majority of us have spent 5 years together. It is a pleasure working with all of you. I'm extremely proud of the budget team that we've put together. I'm extremely proud of my team looking for transparency, looking at ways we can cut and be fiscally responsible to the community that we serve. So I just thank all of you for the time and really the great questions. Thank you for allowing me to share and put in a little plug there for sprinklers and keeping your hydrants and your drafting tanks clear. So always a public safety message, but I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you. Thank you to you and your team. We'll move along in our presentations today. Next, we have solid waste with Karen Henry, the Director of Public Works. We'll let the transitions happen and we'll get started.
I am looking for Sam if she wants to start. And I don't see her on here. So I'll go ahead and get started. Good morning. I am Karen Henry. I'm the Director of the Department of Public Works, and it's my pleasure to present to you our department's fiscal year 25 budget request. What I'm planning to do is go through our operating budget. We're actually not starting with solid waste. We're going to start with our general fund and go into all of our different funds. And then we will end with the capital project, which I'm going to turn over to Beth and the different deputy directors. Sam, I see you now. Did you want to say anything?
Yes, I just wanted to direct the council. This is Sam Chiriaco from the budget office. The Public Works budget starts on page 208 of your proposed budget book. And Karen and Aaron, you guys can take it away.
All right, thank you, Sam. So I'd also like to introduce my staff on the call today, and I wrote it down so we don't forget anybody, hopefully. Erin Day, she's Assistant Director, and she's going to be managing the slides. And Deputy Directors Alex Bakier of Highways, Beth O'Connell of Engineering, Noel Anaskevich of Utility Operations, Rhodey Holdhouse Waste Management Services, and Eric Michelson, Watershed Protection and Restoration. Also on the call are really the key people that crunch the numbers and make sure we're spending our money appropriately. And they are Kristen Bender, Kim Clooney, Steve Kraychak, Crystal Harding, Mike Rubiak, Mike Poreth, Nestor Flores, Blake Lightcap, David Braun, and Chris Murphy. So we have a modest request this year, and basically just to cover what we're seeing in the escalating costs of maintaining our operations as we normally do. And mostly that's in personnel, contracts, supplies, and materials. Next slide. I did want to share with you that we have changed our mission statement recently, very recently. And what we decided to do, we worked jointly with within our department to come up with something that we felt more says who we are and not only what we do. So the new mission statement, we reimagine the delivery of essential public services so that our communities can enjoy a high quality of life. We've outlined our values and our vision just as part of our effort to be as transparent as possible. Next slide. You already, I think, know our org structure. We're divided into 5 different bureaus and the director's office. Next slide. And just go into our right into the budget. We have 4 funding sources that make up the Department of Public Works budget. One is general fund. We have the watershed protection fund, the utility fund, and the solid waste fund. This graph just shows you that most of the money we have is in the utility fund. That's our largest bureau as well. Next slide. So some of the driving factors for this year's budget is not that much different from last year. One is public safety. That's our number one. When we do anything, that's our highest priority. Public health, implementation of CIP, regulatory requirements, which we have many and even more coming up. And we can talk more about that as I go through the slides. A big thing that we seem having to do more of is maintenance, repair, and replacement of our critical infrastructure as it's continuing to age, and the maintenance, repair, and replacement of our equipment. And of course, always maintaining efficient and cost-effective operations. Next slide. So going into the general fund covers our Bureau of Highways, our Bureau of Engineering, and the Director's Office. Most of our funding is for personal services, but we do have a significant amount in contractual services. A lot of that is the meat that kind of gets things going in the Highways Division. Next slide. So we had a devastating fire. I think if, all of you know that, and we thank Ms. Fiedler for coming and visiting our staff and taking a look at what's left. It's very devastating and very difficult on our staff to continue to see that building there. But we are working really hard to provide them with decent temporary facilities while we rebuild. And that costs money, of course, to do that. So our fiscal year 25 request is nearly $600,000, and that's to replace the sign inventory. The most operation that was destroyed was our sign fabrication. So all the equipment we used to make signs, our storage of signs, all of that was, you can see, just basically burned to nothing. The building is insured, and risk management is working really hard to get us some of that funding to restore, that will help cover these costs. Next slide. So I'm just covering the major things that we're asking for, not every little like penny and dime here, but you're welcome to ask me any questions you want. So another, big request in our general fund budget is for the congestion reduction consultant. In fiscal year 25, you all approved us to go into a congestion reduction strategic plan. That plan gave us some really great recommendations we would like to implement, and we need the consultant to help us get there. Some of the things they'll be doing is identifying where we have some signal issues, intersection analysis, safety reviews, and then of course the system evaluation of how well we're doing and is it improving. And these are the congestion reduction corridors that we are focusing on. And I know they're very important to all of you and in your districts. Then you know very well what kind of traffic issues you're having there, but these are the ones we're focusing on. Next slide. So heavy equipment replacement, I know every year we ask for additional funding so that we can replace our equipment. Equipment is the key to snow removal, to fixing potholes, everything that we do. We try to keep an 8-year lifespan. Right now we're at a 9-year. That's how we determine our equipment needs. And we have a backlog of 2.2 million. So this will help cover some of that, but not all of it. Our base budget's only $382,000. That might get you 1, maybe 2 pieces of equipment if you're lucky. We are seeing pretty significant increases in equipment, 30% on average increase in what it costs to buy a new dump truck. And another issue is that the delivery times have been significantly impacted, and it takes a very long time to get one of these pieces of equipment. So we want to stay on top of it, not get far behind, and have the equipment we need to do the job that we have to do. Next slide. So on to the utility fund. Next slide. So utility fund is mostly personal services and contractual services. You know, this is pretty standard. You've seen this for the last few years. So next slide. One of our major requests in this budget is for the Rock Creek aerator. This is in North County. Rock Creek is, this aerator has been proven, University of Maryland did a study on it, has been proven to improve the water quality on this creek. It's the oxygen levels, it's had a positive effect on the oxygen levels and the aquatic life in that area. What's happened is, though, it's now time to maintain it, and we can't really do that in-house. It requires boats and barges. It's buried into the under the water, and this $100,000 will hire a contractor to get down in there and make the repair. Next slide. SCADA. So just a reminder about SCADA in case anyone's forgotten what that is. That is the basically computer equipment that and antennas that allows us to monitor and operate our 12 water treatment plants, our 7 water reclamation facilities, our 271 pumping stations, and so forth and so on remotely. This is so we can do this with our hundreds of facilities without needing hundreds of staff to do it. So it's very important and critical to our infrastructure. So we're just looking for some money to, again, hire a contractor because to work on the antennas, which are installed on top of water tanks, requires special skills and all to do that. So that's one thing. And the other is we're installing these new grinder control panels. Grinder pumps we have those in several areas of the county. We have one where we've been seeing a lot of SSOs, and we believe if we can monitor it remotely, that would make a huge difference in us being able to respond to them before they become significant SSOs. Next slide. And SSOs are sanitary sewer overflows. I'm sorry, we use a lot of jargon in DPW, so I apologize. ViewWorks advancement. So we've invested about $4 million in ViewWorks. ViewWorks is our asset management software, and it's time to transition it from a work order management system to a real and true asset management system. ViewWorks has all the tools that we need, but we just haven't been using the advanced modules yet to do full functionality. So we're working on a 4-year plan. This is year 1 of that plan. To look at asset condition. This will help us make better prediction of budget needs and where we're going to kind of predict where we're going to see asset failure, and to kind of get ahead of that before it becomes a real risk to our systems. Next slide. This is a repeat. Okay. Just a reminder about how our rate structure works in utility operations. We have the utility operating fund. That's funded by the user rate. So when you get your quarterly water bill, you're paying this $3.23 for water per 1,000 gallons, sewer $5.67. That money pays for all the operating expenses, and it also pays for some pay-go funded capital projects. Typically, these are maintenance projects. The other part of the utility fund is our debt service. This goes to pay for capital projects. And we have 2 ways we fund that. One is the environmental protection fee, the acronym is EPF. That is 35% of the usage bill. And that goes to pay for rehabilitation and maintenance of our system. And then the CFCC, Capital Facility Connection Charges, that's the fee paid when someone connects to our system, and that pays for all the system growth. So we isolate growth to the CFCC charges. Next slide. So we are asking for an increase in our rates, and here's some of the influences that are why we need more money. So one is that we have been getting these Clean Water Commerce Act grants. They're expiring. And so we're needing to prepare for that. We're not going to get that influx of money anymore. We have reduced pay-go over the years to stabilize rate. But what that means is when we go into the debt service fund, we are paying 4.5% interest on the bond rates that we're doing for these capital projects. Whereas in pay-go, we're not paying any interest. It's pay as you go out of the operating budget. So that does affect, you know, the amount of money that we have available. And then we haven't been raising our environmental protection fees, and that has impacted the debt service fund. The way we've managed that is to have, we've been building up this backlog of work for water and sewer rehabilitation. And that's about $15 million. And then, of course, then I'm sure every department's talking about the increase in CPI on existing contracts and any new contracts. And then, of course, the supply chain issues and budget cuts we've had. Those are all affecting why we need more money this year. So next slide. This gives you more specifics of kind of the worst areas that we're seeing increases: electricity, biosolids, equipment repair, parts, and chemicals. I've talked to you last year about chemicals. It's stabilizing a little bit, but it's, you know, it's something we're watching and keeping a close eye on. This year, for fiscal year 25, the biggest increase is in our electricity costs. BG&E has raised their rates, and we're seeing that. Next slide. All right, so what we're asking for, a slight increase of 7% for water and sewer usage rates. You can see the increase here. On the average person's annual bill, that amounts to about annual bill amounts to about $46 a year. And we predicted last year that we would need 9%, so we have reduced a little bit. I know 7% may not sound great to you, but we thought we would need more, but by all the cost saving measures we've been putting into place and tightening our belt, we were able to go 7% this year. But we are predicting the next few years increases in the utility rates. Next slide. So rate history, we have a pretty decent history of trying not to raise rates unless we absolutely have to. Unfortunately, in the last few years, it's been tough, but this is our history, just to give you an idea. Next slide. Even with the increase, if that is to be approved, we'll still be one of the lowest water rates in the region. So you can see what other regions are charging. This is if they don't raise their rates, but we're hearing most of them are going to be raising their rates too. So anyway, just we charge pretty low rates compared to everyone else. Next slide. So the next thing we're asking for an increase is our CFCCs, the capital facility connection charges. We're seeing more growth in the county, so we need to be able to fund that properly. And, you know, just like everything else, the cost of doing growth projects is going up. So this will help fund that better. It's a 5% increase. Going along with that is our capital facility recoupment charge. That's going up to $4 per 1,000 gallons. The reason what the capital facility recoupment charge is when residentials hook up, they're only paying one EDU, equivalent dwelling unit. If they use more than 30,000 gallons, that's basically 2 EDUs. And so this is recouping the amount of money that they should have paid in a capital facility connection charge had that been the way we did things. So we're just trying to recoup the money so that we can pay for the growth to accommodate the additional usage that they are doing. Mostly it's irrigation, but some people just use a lot of water too. And we are not raising the EPF this year, but we do predict raising that in the coming years. Next slide. Oh, I'm sorry, go back to that slide, please. Just pointing out this line that's kind of going across. This is our fund balance and what we're supposed to have is 2 months of operating expenses for the operating budget. That was in the last graph that I didn't explain. And this one is 2 years of principal and interest payments for the debt service fund. So this is how we make sure this matches up and when we're determining what are the appropriate rates. Next slide. Water and sewer connection charges. We do have somewhat higher, not the highest, but we have higher capital facility connection charges in some other areas. But the reason for that is because we isolate our growth to this fee, whereas these other ones, particularly Howard County, Calvert County, they add taxes, they charge taxes, ad valorem fees and other things to everyone in there, whether they have water or sewer, that helps pay for growth in their counties. So we just have a different model here, and that's why ours is a little higher. Next slide. Solid waste, I'm gonna move into that. This is different from the other bureaus in that this is highly contractual services. That's the number one thing we have here. All right, next slide. Okay, big increase, 2.1 million for out-of-county disposable service contracts. So what this is our strategy to extend the life of our landfill. And what we do is we send our curbside collection out of the county. It gets transported to a landfill in Virginia. And this contract, this was been rebid recently. It's with Howard County that helps us get cost savings and have pay lower rates to do this. But the way it's designed is that it's for the quantity of what we're going to send to Virginia and also what we're paying per 1,000 tons to send over there. So we were doing 150,000 tons and we will be doing 175,000 tons. That's what leaves Anne Arundel County from us and goes to Virginia. That's what this money will help pay for. And again, it's all part of our strategy to extend the life of the landfill, and it's been a strategy since the 90s. Next slide. Curbside collection contracts, $1.1 million. This is the single largest expense. This is, as you know, the folks that come around and collect your trash once a week, and they're collecting your trash, your recycling, and your yard waste. We have 14 contracts that are expected to renew in fiscal year 25. So this is just covering the CPI adjustments. We also are getting new customers every day. So this will cover the cost of serving additional customers. And then we have in the contracts allow for fuel adjustments. So this is the estimate that all that together is the 1.1 million that we need, additional that we need. Next slide. Another big thing is MDE regulatory requirements, and we need another $209,000 this year for that. And that is primarily for testing of PFAS. I know you've heard about Forever Chemicals. They are looking to landfills and what our landfill is doing, how much PFAS is in our at our landfills, and is that getting into any of the water supply. So this is new environmental monitoring we have not been required to do that we are required to do now. In addition, we have to monitor for methane gas. It's that this will help cover those expenses, as well as the NPDES 20 stormwater permit requirements for sediment and erosion control. Next slide. So we're also looking for increases in our rates for our waste collection fund. And that fund's primarily made up of the residential charges. That's the annual amount that goes on everyone's tax bill that pays for the service. And the other, this blue, is the landfill charges. So when you come to the landfill and you meet certain criteria that's considered to not be residential, you pay the landfill charges per ton, and that makes up this $11 million in revenue. Next slide. So we're proposing a 18% increase in the landfill charge from $85 a ton to $100 a ton. And basically what that means is that we're competing with, we have to have a very delicate balance for not charging too much, but also not charging too little. We don't want everyone bringing our trash here, because then that would hurt our landfill, extending the life of it. So, and when I mean everybody, I'm talking about commercial business activity. So we look around regularly about what everyone else is charging, and Howard County is charging $106, Baltimore County $100. Private entities are charging $120 a ton. We still need to get the revenue, so we don't want to go too high, but we also don't want to go too low. So that's why we're recommending this increase. In addition, we're recommending a 6% requesting a 6% increase in this solid waste service charge from $380 a household to $404 per household. This will close the structural deficit that's been happening the last year, where we're kind of going into our fund balance in order to balance our books here. And so is slightly lower than what we had predicted from last year. Next slide. This shows what the solid waste residential user fees in the region are. Anne Arundel County is right here in the middle. Just note Baltimore County and Baltimore City use general funds to pay for their landfill and their curbside collection. Well, Baltimore City, I think they do their own collection with their own employees. So it's hard to compare. It's not apples and oranges, but this gives you an idea. Next slide. So this is what I was talking about, that we have seen a growth in our landfill charges. This is the folks that come to the landfill to dispose of their waste. And we're trying to kind of get this more balanced. It keeps going up and we want to balance it. It will help us by instituting the $100, increasing it. Next chart, next slide. On to watershed protection and restoration fund. Next slide. All right, this is how we're divided up in that fund. Next slide. Okay, so we are asking for a 5% increase this year in the rate. We've also had a declining fund balance and an increased CIP debt burden over the years as this fund has matured. It's about 10 years old, 11 years old, I guess. No, wait, 10 years old. So now that we're seeing it mature, things are coming where we have to pay things off. So that's basically the reason for the increase. But it's looking like we're going to need a 5% increase for the next 5 years. But I'll show that in the next slide. Next slide. Here it shows our affordability and what we're forecasting in the future, which is about a 5% increase in the next 6 years, actually. Next slide. All right, so can answer any questions if that's okay with the chair. And of course, we would love for you to support our request.
If I can't, I'm trying to get my view right. So if there's a council member that has a question, please go ahead and ask.
I don't see any yellow flags. Okay, all right. We can go right into capital if
There we go.
Okay, I see everybody.
Sure, I don't see any flags. So you want to move right into capital? That would be great. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. I am going to turn it over to Beth O'Connell, and then we have each deputy director is going to talk about their particular bureau's projects. But I'll be here if you have any questions.
Hi, Beth O'Connell, Deputy Director Engineering. Aaron, you have the.
Yep, Aaron's going to bring it up.
I think first up is actually Alex Bakier with Highway.
Yep. Aaron, can you bring up the capital? Thank you.
Terrific. Great. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the council. It's a pleasure to appear before you. I'm Alex Bakier, Deputy Director for the Bureau of Highways, and I also have team members Blake Lightcap and Nestor Flores on the call should you have specific questions as we proceed. Next slide. I'd like to start by highlighting 4 standalone Bureau of Highways projects, and we'll begin on page 45 of the capital budget and program with the traffic maintenance facility, then Pleasant Plains Road, Marley Neck Boulevard, and Gambrels Road. Next slide. First, the traffic maintenance facility was touched on in our operating budget. This is, as a reminder, a project to redevelop the circa 1965 traffic maintenance shop, which is the area in red triangle, to include a new administrative building, which will be sited within that blue circle, a new parking area and administrative building. The facility will bring together, our traffic engineering and our traffic maintenance staff, and incorporate modern technologies that will assist us with enhanced traffic management and congestion reduction. The facility replacement study was funded in FY23, design in 24, and construction funds are included in 25 and 26. And as a result of the fire we experienced in March, that construction funding was advanced by 1 year into FY25. So that is a change from the prior approved program. Next slide. Pleasant Plains Road. This is a project to address existing crash pattern along Pleasant Plains Road by relocating the existing utility line outside of the clear zone and also address some drainage improvements. And this year's request is a result of an updated cost estimate from engineering. A special thanks to Councilwoman Fiedler for attendance at many community meetings as we've worked through the community's priorities and how to address this project. I'll leave it at that unless there are questions. Moving on to the next slide. Marley Neck Boulevard, as you may know from our prior year discussions, this has been subject to a great deal of development rather. Has a rather patchwork nature of road widenings and lane drops. We have a project here to look at the entirety of the corridor in a holistic manner, identify those existing site conditions, develop design alternatives where the existing cross-section doesn't match what will be the ultimate build-out cross-section for the corridor. The requested funding this year of $2.595 million to complete phase 1 design, as well as to complete a shared use path between Creekside and Tanyard Springs with construction funds in FY27. Next slide. And a new project request this year is Gambrels Road at Dykus Mill Road. And this is to design and construct some roadway improvements at the intersection between those two roadways pursuant to a highway safety improvement study. Those improvements will address the current safety issues and includes design and construction of a new roundabout. The requested funding of $1.439 million for design and land acquisition, and then construction follows in FY26 and 27. I'll direct your attention to the left-hand graphic on the slide. All of those red callouts are essentially crash incidents. Even with mitigation through our traffic engineering team, the topography and the sight lines are so compromised that we continue to have that pattern. And the red are actually injuries, not just crashes. There are many more crashes that don't necessarily result in an injury. So we have a health and life safety issue there. The center graphic is a schematic level design of a new roundabout that goes over the crest of the hill, finds flat topography and puts in an interchange. And then to the right is simply a kind of a snapshot of the existing condition. Next slide. And that brings us to our Bureau of Highways multi-year projects. And I wanted to highlight a few for you, starting on page 163 of the program with road resurfacing. The requested increase of $1 million is to compensate for cost escalations and to advance needed resurfacing on the road network. So you'll see that our pavement program consists of 3 primary projects: the resurfacing, the reconstruction, as well as Arundel Mills Local Development Council. The road reconstruction project also has a requested increase this year of $600,000, again to compensate for cost escalations within that project and advance needed reconstruction level work, which is our more in-depth right-of-way line to right-of-way line, concrete, masonry, curb, gutter, drainage, pavement, and the like. Next slide. And that brings us to our masonry management program, which again consists of 3 different capital projects. We have a request for $75,000 increase in this budget for masonry, and that is to help us offset contract cost escalations associated with concrete work and to keep the program on schedule. Next slide. And that brings us to our traffic control program, and you'll see all the capital projects associated with it. I'm just highlighting 2 in bold at the top, guardrail being 1 and traffic signal modifications. Guardrail, we're asking for $92,500 an increase this fiscal year, and that's to allow us to reduce existing backlog of deteriorated or compromised guardrail that's on the road network. That is a priority for us. And relative to our signal modifications, the request of additional $200,000 this year is due to the need for us to complete a once in 20-year countywide transition to new signal controllers. So for context, we're working on that now. We're approximately, if I can get my notes in front of me, 54 intersections in. We have 149 still to complete. And we're running 2 parallel systems on different software with different controllers. Many of our oldest 20-year-old controllers are at the fire stations handling the firehouse signals. we're asking for this funds to allow us to push through this transition this fiscal year and get us up to the modern technology that's reliable and improves safety. And next slide. That brings my presentation to a conclusion. Welcome to answer any questions, and then I'll turn it over to the next deputy. Okay.
I see some questions.
There we go. Great.
Takes a minute to get my screen back. Let's go with Ms. Radvian.
Thank you. I wanted to just check in with you to see if you had conversations with actually probably Eric Michelson about the location of the new traffic center near the near the waste facility. And I know that there have been environmental groups expressing concern about the proximity to the Jabez branch. And I'm just curious if there are possibilities for mitigation, to ensure that, especially during the construction phase, that there isn't stormwater, runoff from the stormwater silt that makes its way down to any of the creeks that feed into the Jabez.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilman Rodvian. Great question. We want to have that conversation with the community and interested environmental groups. Eric's been very helpful in helping us look at that and take feedback and look at what additional improvements and mitigation we can do to minimize the impact of that new facility. Eric, as well as our project manager on that, David Moncrief, have been looking at that site and some additional work outside of the limits of disturbance of just the facility to look downstream and how we can do some additional enhanced stormwater management and address some of the concerns about thermal load and any sediment or other impacts that could carry down into the headwaters of the Jabez. So that's kind of at a 30,000 foot view, but I would defer to Eric if he has any additional value-added comments to that.
Right, as Alex mentioned a couple weeks ago, I was out there with David Moncrief and actually some of the staff from the landfill, and it looks like there's significant area sort of downstream of the proposed road yard where there's an opportunity to do some additional mitigation. I don't think it would affect the operational utilization of the landfill, but that's still sort of in preliminary discussions. But I think the good news is that there's opportunities to overmanage stormwater from the proposed road yard in a way that would be protective of Jabez downstream and not really have negative impacts on the other ancillary uses in the area. So that conversation's ongoing, and I think highways engineering are very open to trying to figure out a path forward that hopefully satisfies everybody.
Thank you. And I'm sorry if I caught you off guard. I'm glad to hear that you have already been discussing this. It's come up in the Severn River Commission conversations. And so I just wanted to make sure that it was on your radar, and I'm glad to hear that it already is. So thank you.
Ms. Fiedler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, I have to thank Mr. Flores and his team. I know Pleasant Plains Road was mentioned in the presentation. This has been a years-long project, and the team has met with the community regularly, and it's just so appreciated. I wanted to touch on, I don't know who this would go to, but I noticed in the appendix, the Shore Acres sidewalk project is listed as active. Where is that project? I know there was a study. I don't know if it has been completed. Just interested in that.
I can actually answer that one. Ms. Fiedler, David Braun with Public Works. We are in the process of hiring the consultant to actually do the design now, using the funds that were added last year. It's taken a little bit longer because of trying to get the responses from consultants to meet what we're trying to do. So hopefully within the month or so, we'll have design initiation of the project.
Madam Chair, may I ask a follow-up? Okay, so the study has been completed for that?
Now, their first phase of design is going to be kind of the feasibility study, laying out where it goes.
Okay, okay, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Mr. Volkey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question about Pleasant Plains, because that's an interesting project. How do we get it? Are we moving telephone poles? We, the county?
I would say that we are paying for BGE to move telephone poles.
Oh.
That's my understanding.
Because, you know, I get people all the time who want telephone poles moved, and I'm like, well, the county doesn't really do that. So I want to talk to you all offline about how we start this years-long process, because I have places where people want to see that happen.
Oh, wait, may I ask a follow-up to that? Your
Yeah, Ms. Henry, always.
Because do you mean to put them underground, or do you mean to move them if they're in the way of a right of way, which is the situation here in Pleasant Plains?
Could be both, right? I get people who want them underground, and I tell them that's obscenely expensive.
It is. That's what I was gonna say. So
And the concept of pushing them further back, because I mean, like, different road, and I get this, right? So when I say this, but mountain road, people all the time are asking, why can't we push the telephone poles back? It's state highways. It's not a county road. I get that. But there are other instances like that in my district, similar to Miss Fiedler's, where we're on these peninsulas with these old, you know, little cottage roads that now all of a sudden have turned into major thoroughfares. Anyway, this is continue this offline.
It's a great question though. So a study's done, so you can let us know where we could do a study and then evaluate how the safety concerns.
That's extremely helpful. Thank you. On page 46, Mr. Baki, of your presentation on the slideshow, I just wrote it down so I knew where to go back to. You talked about the number of projects that you'd worked on. Last year in the budget, if I recall correctly, we were able to squeeze like $1 million more or something out, or maybe it was 3, I don't remember, but there was a bit more that we were able to get for some of the road projects to try to work on the backlog. How has that worked for you in the past year? Have you been able to do more? Have you seen sort of an ability to use that money and deploy it to kind of assess some of the system-wide backlog or not?
Broadly speaking, there are some challenges with mapping directly that increase in the fiscal year to the output as the years roll together. However, I think it is fair to say that influx of additional funding allows us to do more.
Okay.
And one of the ways we're doing that is we over program each year because we get conflicts, weather, contract issues, or what have you. And we're building more and more over programming in so that as our capacity has ramped up with our task order based contracting, we're able to accomplish more in the year. So what that additional funding has done is allowed us really to take advantage of that process.
Okay. I'm going to ask you in non-engineer speak. How about this? Have you been able to do, whether it's more projects or more miles of road, or what can we go back and tell our constituents this got done?
This got done. Fair enough. Blake Lightcap's on the call, and he's our SME managing the payment management program. What I'd like to do is take that question back so we can sharpen our pencil and come back to you with a real answer of what got done with those dollars.
We have a statistic. We do have a stat on our Arundel stat, open Arundel, that does show an increase in the amount of payment that we've been doing. So we can get that to you, Mr. Volpe.
Yeah, and the reason I'm asking is not a bad. I'd love to see you get more, right? I'd love to. That's a priority for me. Obviously, is to see you all keep getting that and addressing that backlog, because as you've seen with your traffic congestion study you're going to work on, this is what we're hearing a lot from people about. So appreciate that. Sorry, go ahead.
I said we agree. Yeah. So and we've been able to, due to Blake's management and the staff that he's had, we've been able to move a lot more projects more quickly than we have. There's sometimes challenges, but I would say that we've seen a major influx there of activity.
Good. I wanted to ask about another project, and I hope this is the right time to do it because your projects are scattered between the different parts of the capital program, but the improvements under the roads section It's the Jumpers Hole Road, Maryland 2, Maryland 177 project, which is in the H class 586-900. I just wanted to check in on that. It's, as you know, been a multi-year conversation, but is there any update on that project and where things stand? Because I see where it is in the program, but I don't know what's happening behind the scenes. I haven't seen that much in a while.
Okay, I'm going to defer to David Braun on that one.
Okay.
Yeah, and Office of Transportation next week can talk in more detail about their management of that also. But as far as the contract goes right now, we are early in the design, and the consultant is doing an updated traffic analysis to try to do some justification for some of the things that we're talking about trying to do up here. And that was something that, in addition to during the study phase, in the early parts of the design here, some of the residents were asking questions that they didn't understand how we could move forward without certain data. So we're making sure that we have updated data to address all those questions.
I've seen those emails. They're very detailed.
Yes.
Thank you for answering them. Okay. And do you think it's realistic in the program to be looking at construction dollars in next year's budget?
Well, the part that makes it, well, two parts of it. One is, in order for us to advertise construction contract, we have to have the funding in place.
Okay.
So if, even by next June, we wouldn't see construction in FY25, but in order for us to advertise the contract, then we have to have those dollars.
Okay.
The other thing we sometimes do, it's labeled under construction, but the construction manager contract, we've been making an effort to hire them earlier in the process to get them involved more with the design early instead of waiting until we're out in the field and stuff. And sometimes we'll show the construction management contract portion that shows is under construction, but that might be a fiscal year before we're actually advertising the project.
Okay. Got it. Thank you.
Ms. Fiedler. Oh, sorry, Ms. Ledbetter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had a question about the new maintenance center. Until the new, sorry for the background, I just had someone walk into the house. Until the new transportation, the new maintenance center is online, with the old one having been affected by the fire, is there a timeline for when we're going to be able, or a backup plan for when we're going to be able to start producing signs again?
Yes, great question. Thank you. And I didn't mean to cut you off.
Oh, you're good.
Okay. We've re-engaged the consultant that we were utilizing for the study for the facility to come in and help us with the interim upgrades to, frankly, the garage, which was the rear building, to add HVAC and electrical upgrades and finishes to basically convert that into a habitable space. And that is going to serve for the next 3 years, likely, as the new home for our traffic maintenance staff, in addition to a couple of trailers that we're utilizing there that are attached to that as the new building gets built. We have equipment arriving essentially this week, I believe, that is we've been able to purchase, in which we're relying upon some. I'll make a plug for the third quarter bill that's coming up on the 20th. Funding to allow us to buy that equipment that's going in that new space to fabricate signs. So I'm hopeful we will be back into the sign fabrication business within just a few couple of weeks. It's going to take us longer to get through the interim upgrades to that building. These things just take some time, so we're talking months in that regard. But then we will have a proper space to get efficient again with our sign production and our pavement markings and our signal work. All of that will be housed out of that one building and space. It'll be tight, it'll be a little cramped, but we're going to make it work.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. And my
Sure.
next question, this might not be the right time for it, and so feel free to direct me to later if appropriate. I just don't want to miss the wrong time, I guess, or the right time. But I've been working with DPW and Rec and Parks on with a drainage issue from Bell Branch that affects neighboring residences. And I'm just wondering, where is there funding for that in this budget? And if there is, where would that be?
I can address that question. Councilwoman, that funding is in the P-class project that's labeled turf field, which is where the original Bell Branch construction is.
Perfect. It was knowing that label was the most important thing. Thank you.
Ms. Fiedler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Volkey reminded me that I didn't touch on one project. So the Jumpers Hole Road improvement project in the 5th district that runs from Benfield to Kinder Park. I know that we are in that period of time where there is not much wiggle room to accelerate the project, but anything that we can do with the time remaining for that project, I think the community would greatly appreciate. As you all know, while it is outside of the scope of the project, there was a tragic teenage pedestrian situation. So the community is really paying attention and eager to see that improvement come to the construction phase. So just want to put that out there. Any movement we can make, I know the community would be greatly appreciated.
Okay. We're just keeping a note, and certainly we hear that and acknowledge that. I will defer a little bit to David and Beth, but we can certainly get back to you with a little more confirmation in terms of how that's proceeding.
We agree with you, Councilwoman. We're working to push on that as much as possible, and have been dealing with a lot of issues of how we deal with traffic during construction as much as the actual design right now. So hopefully, as we've said, I think in FY25 we have the construction money there, so we should be advertising sometime in the next 12 months.
Great, thank you. And I'm meeting with Adam this week, so I just want to plug that as often as I can. So thank you.
I was just going to say, I don't see any more questions, so y'all can just move along. Thank you.
I think this one's me. David Braun, Department of Public Works, getting into our bridge capital projects. Go ahead and go to the next slide. General background on the bridges. We have 88 in our inventory currently. An additional 2 are under construction by development that we will take over once those are done. Our bridges are inspected at least every 2 years to meet the federal bridge program requirements. Any bridge that's rated 4 or fair are eligible for the 80% construction funding, and we really work to limit our proposed projects to those that are eligible for the federal funding aid. Throughout the inventory right now, there are 7 bridges that have a poor rating. All of those are within our program so that we can get them either upgraded or replaced as warranted. And the list on the page there are those 7 that have the poor rating. Next slide, please. So budget changes. In the bridge program, we have no new project requests for bridges this year. And if there's anything specific on this list that you'd like to talk about in more detail, we certainly can. Most of the budget changes, though, for bridges this year are either adding the out-year funding to the multi-year projects or all the minor increases and changes in cost estimates based on current cost estimates. Primarily, most of these are in the design phase. The one that is closer and larger is the McKinley Road Bridge over Lions Creek. That project basically had to go through a redesign over the last couple of years because of changes in how the hydraulics of the stream there are impacted as far as meeting new state and federal requirements for determining the size of the storms that we're trying to pass. And as a result, that construction cost is estimate is increased about $1.3 million. And I believe the rest of these are relatively nominal increases. I think that's the last slide. Yeah. So, yes, any questions on these?
I have a quick question.
Mr. Volkey, thank you.
Madam Chair. Mr. Braun, just for the benefit of my constituents so that I can go back to them because they ask every now and again, Magothy Bridge Road and the bridge construction there. I haven't gotten a ton of emails, but I read Nextdoor, which I think is like the worst place in the world. But when I go out there, people have a lot to say. And somebody recently posted something about how the Key Bridge was going to get rebuilt faster than this bridge is being done, which I didn't think was really fair. But that's the kind of sentiment I'm getting, right? So I'm asking if you can share so that I can direct people, hey, check out at the 2 hour and 40-minute mark of this meeting where DPW has addressed what's going on with that project.
Well, thank you. And the overall length of construction is a little bit longer than some other bridge projects, primarily because it was a decision early on in this project that we wanted to keep two-way traffic open all the time. So it ends up having to be built a little bit more phased orientation instead of just going in and ripping it out and replacing it. Right now, I believe we're talking about having it completed late 25, early 26, as we go through the whole thing. But as we move forward, the traffic movements through the area will become easier as we have more space to be able to provide them, and it's a newer material. I will also say that we were aware of some pavement issues with the transition areas off of the aprons of the bridge that we've been working with our contractor now to go ahead and go beyond what their original scope was to get those repaved to try to help those areas.
Thank you for that. Yeah, it's I don't know exactly what the apron entails, but I know that's an extremely rough corridor. I travel it every day going through there to and from Annapolis. So I can tell you there are potholes galore. And you know, I know you guys are doing your best, so I'm not trying to beat anybody up on that, but anything you can do to address that will certainly help traffic flow through there as well.
I appreciate that. They were actually supposed to were originally planned to repave last week, but all the weather has pushed them back on this, and it's a full of potholes. So that hopefully in the next few days they can get started on that.
I'm sure that'll be welcomed by everyone. Thank you.
Any other questions from my colleagues? All right, we'll let you guys move along.
Hey, good morning, Madam Chair and council members. I'm Rody Holthouse, presenting the N class or solid waste budget. And that begins on page 363 of the budget book. Next slide, please. So for FY 2025, there are no new project requests. This slide summarizes the changes that we're programming for our FY 25 request. In summary, it's a $2.3 million reduction from the prior approved. So it's actually negative $893,000 request for FY 2025. And I'll talk more about each of these projects. Next slide, please. So N422700 on page 366 is our solid waste planning project. And everyone has heard me say this before, but one of the reasons I think we're very successful in the N class is because we have this project to do planning and preliminary engineering. Most recently, this project has helped us meet regulatory requirements, including our 10-year solid waste management plan that you folks adopted last fall. But normally, this project is reimbursed when we spawn standalone projects. the recent effort, including the solid waste plan and the organics collection study, are really standalone planning efforts that won't lead directly to other projects to reimburse this planning project. So we're requesting $586,000 in fiscal 25 for funds to do more planning studies. Next slide, please. On page 367 is N526900, our solid waste renovations project, which is our multi-year project. Since the Bureau and the enterprise is responsible for maintaining all of its own facilities, we use this project to do quite a few of those capital improvements, generally the ones that are smaller in scale. So in FY 2025, we're programming funds to do some building fire code compliance work. And again, the history of everything we do is making things last longer. So on our Millersville campus and some of our other locations, we have buildings in service since the early 1970s. So again, that's kind of in our DNA, but we do need money to care for them. We also are doing pavement management using sort of the department's best practices. You heard Mr. Bacchier talk about pavement management. We've, over the past decade, incorporated those sort of plans and programmed improvements into our strategy. So again, eking out life of the pavement assets that we maintain on our facilities. And another big one is the landfill gas to electricity project. We're asking for $600,000 in FY 2025 to do some engine overhaul work. And again, anyone who's visited, I think at this point, just about everyone's visited and seen our small power plant. It's been in continuous operation now since 2012. So we're programming some major engine work to make sure that, for the next decade, we're in good shape. Also, we're asking for 1.44 million in the new program year, which is 2030, consistent with the program. Next slide, please. On page 368 is Millersville landfill subcell 9.3 design and construction. So again, this is the third phase of the disposal area development. We have the funding for construction this year. We're actually, this is the big give back. It's a $3.5 million decrease based on current estimates. So there's no scope and timing changes, and we expect to be under construction this summer. But again, this is essentially the reason for the negative budget request in FY 2025. Next slide, please. On page 369 is N581900 Millersville landfill. Again, a lot of acronyms here. Millersville landfill cell 9 landfill gas design and construction. As we develop the landfill disposal area in phases, we follow on with the development of the gas capture, collection, and handling system in phases as well. So this project includes the funding in FY 2024. That there is a reduction based on some calculations in the program of $30,000 for FY 2025 of prior approved. We're also asking for $2,000 in FY 28 and $13,000 in FY 2029, so in the out years. So it's a net reduction, but again, this will allow us to continue to develop the landfill gas management system in phases as we develop the landfill disposal area. Next slide, please. And the last two projects I want to talk about have funding in the 6-year program, but no funding in FY 2025. So next slide, please. Millersville landfill maintenance building upgrades. Again, this is started out as a planning study. We had significant investment to make in this building that will be 30 years old by the time we make these improvements. But we're asking for additional $191,000 requested for FY 2028 for design, construction management, which Mr. Braun addressed. We want to have that construction management contract in place, and then early, and then we want to ask for $177,000 less for construction in FY 2029. So again, it's a net increase of, I think, $14,000 over the 6-year program. But again, it's an important building. It's more than a maintenance shop. It's actually offices and storeroom, locker rooms, lunchroom for the employees on our main campus. Next slide, please. And finally, the big change in the 6-year program is N59900, Millersville Landfill Subcell 9-4, Design and Construction on page 371. So this would be the 4th phase of development of the Cell 9 area. We had program design funding last year for FY 2029, and now we're asking for the construction funding to be programmed for FY 2030. That's about $25.6 million based on current estimates. And we're also deprogramming $68,000 from the design effort in 2029. So that is the end of the N-class projects, but I'm happy to take any questions.
Mr. Volkey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to give some kudos to the fact that you're deprogramming money on 2 projects that both look like they came in with cost savings. So, you know, we don't get to say this much, but well done.
Thank our Bureau of Engineering folks, but I appreciate that and happy to.
To whoever's responsible, good job. You know, good job. I did have a question though, and this sort of struck me as you were speaking about we talk about this idea of we add another year and we do it to plan, right? $1.4 million in the out year. But if we know inflation is coming and your buying power is going down every single year, and we know that's a fact, like that's not a question. Why is it that we have a static placeholder every single year?
I think the answer is I like the flexibility of multi-year, and I have a long list of program needs and some forecast needs. But I'm also sensitive to the fact that, you know, that budget has been cut a number of times over the years. So I'm comfortable asking for the 1.44 million. If the council is comfortable in approving it, I think, you know, I guess from the perspective you're coming from, the risk to me would be that we don't have adequate funding.
Yes.
But the council has been flexible. If we've needed one-time project funding for a one-time need, you know, looking at it on a one-time basis. And I guess the one of the projects I just spoke about was the maintenance building, which turned out to be, after the study effort, a much larger project than we could accomplish in the renovation multi-year program. It would have taken many years, you know, like 3 years of the multi-year project to complete. And a prior council, you know, gave us consideration, and we spawned a standalone project when that happened. So those things have worked to allow us to do what we need to do.
Yeah, I think there's a larger conversation that I may have with the budget office, but I was just curious to ask you all because you're the people who build things. So that's why I asked. All right, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see any further questions.
Okay, we can go on to the dredging projects. Again, David Braun, Department of Public Works. The dredging program is designed to maintain the navigable depths for recreational boating along the county shoreline. We have 163 of those channels plus 2 federal channels. South County may be aware that the Corps of Engineers just dredged one of those federal channels over this last winter, Rockfall Creek. Typically, the projects that we move forward here are only those that are approved by DNR for their waterway improvement funding, which will provide 50% of the design and construction costs for each of these projects. Next slide, please. So for FY25, we had requested a total of a little over $5 million of projects to DNR. Our top 3 priorities were all approved for a total program amount of about $2.1 million at Broadwater, Cars, and Parker Creeks. And that will also come into play when we talk about our strategic South County strategic dredging plan in a little bit. So the projects that weren't recommended by DNR will go back onto the list for analysis next year to make that more robust. Then the next slide, please. So we can go through these pretty quickly. This is the Broadwater channel. The outline you see in blue is where we would be talking about doing the dredging itself at this point. Next slide. Cars Creek, same thing for the channel from the bay into the interior areas. And next slide. Same for Parker Creek. Next slide. So the other big change we have for this year, the South County Dredging Strategic Plan, we actually are now showing, we've been working on some studies, assessments, preliminary designs over the last 3+ years. We're actually got funding approved by DNR for the first phase of this work now at the first site that I'll highlight in just a minute. So that the FY25 funding of 1.9 million includes a $450,000 grant from DNR, and then FY26 was added 946,000 for the final stage of this project at the first site. Next slide. So the strategic dredging plan that we're looking at through this area. These are creeks in this area that we have historically, over the last 20 to 25 years, had to dredge every 7 to 10 years, which is significantly more often than any of the other channels we deal with in the county right now. So what do you do with the material? Is this sustainable over the long run? And so we've been trying to identify ways to address this, just short of continually dredging and stockpiling the materials. So we looked at 5 different sites that were identified that showed significant coastal loss over the last 50 to 100 years, to identify areas that we could use to create sites where this dredged material could be placed, kind of reclaim some of that shoreline area and help with the overall protection of both the specific area where the site is, plus just help along the coastline in general. Next slide, please. So out of that, site number 1 is the site that we're looking at, that we've got funding from DNR now. It's right where the label saying Cape Ann is shown on this exhibit. Basically between the 2 shoreline areas that you see, both north and south or left and right on the picture, trying to restore that entire area, not just the shoreline, but the rest of the area itself, to make it a usable and somewhat natural feature for both to deal with the shoreline issues, the erosion issues, and to help with habitat issues farther back into the site. Next slide, please. So this is a lot of lines and dots. It's basically the preliminary site plan for these improvements. And what you see out nearest to the bay, the 4 areas that are kind of curved, would be the rock protection areas that would be set up along the exterior of the site. And then interior, we will be using the material that we dredge from Broadwater, Cars, and Parker Creeks to do a large amount of fill and grading then to create the modified wetland habitat, basically. So we have the funding and in the program right now for this site 1 in FY25 and 26. There has been a push from residents of the area to try to get those other sites moved up that we don't currently have shown in the program, primarily because of 2 concerns. One is getting commitments for funding from DNR on other sites, and the other is figuring out where we get the materials to actually do that filling when we do it. So that's an ongoing process. This program is not planned to stop after just site one. We will be continuing to go through the remainder of the sites to do as much of that work as we can when the coast line to this area. Next slide, please. And that is it for the dredging program.
Mr. Smith?
Yeah, I was waiting to the end because I wanted to see all of the DPW sort of the capital projects, more remarks. Thank you, Madam Chair. Recently we had the capital review team, and there was a bunch of recommendations that came out of that process with respect to how we build things, bidding processes. Do we know if any of those were incorporated into this FY25 round of projects, or is that something that may impact 26's budget cycle and how we either procure or how we post things like that?
I think I can take that. So Beth O'Connell, Chief Engineer. So Aaron, well, I did have a slide. It would be slide 130. This is it's a list of the recommendations and kind of where each one of them is in their status. So some of these are kind of things that we were already working on. There you go, right there. And we can provide this to you. And so some of these, like the pre-purchase of long lead items and bringing on-call task order contractors, a lot of those are currently in process. We're working on providing a more comprehensive, business services, contract support staff to help us accomplish a lot of these goals. So they're all in kind of a mixed state. Some of them wouldn't necessarily affect the FY25 budget, and some of the ones that are ongoing would.
Yeah, one of the things I had spoke to the school system about here the other day was they're just making aware that cost per square foot, not for projects that are being constructed or in the process. That's why the programming and the budgeting is kind of like an art and science, not concrete. But when it's done, now we have actuals. And so future, and I'll get with the administration on this as well, and future budget books as they close out that year, if they can post on those project pages the cost per square foot for those, and that would include hard and soft costs, not just hard costs, but hard and soft costs, so that we can get to that square footage cost. Mainly just to sort of we can then see for ourselves from project to project how we are doing, and I asked the school system. The IAC has a number on their website where they're projecting in 24 $481 per square feet when it comes to their construction. I think it's a little bit higher than that, but that's what they're at least putting on their website. It'll be interesting to see what we as a county, when it comes to construction projects, not dredging or those unique instances, but building things, because a lot of the departments get that number from DPW, it's their cost modeling. If we can somehow put that on a website, or at least have it somewhere where we can get it from year to year on county projects, what per square foot, what it's costing us to build those things. I think putting a spotlight on that will help us be like, oh wow, okay, maybe we can find or look for alternative ways to do these construction projects. But I definitely want to put a marker down for that, because I think having that outlined and publicly available, it'll help us, stay in line with standard projection rates, inflationary values, things like that. That annual, totally get the annual 2 or 3% increase when it comes to itemized things. But in some instances, we're the swim center, for example, we were going to put, I think, $60 some million for that 50 or 60,000 square foot facility. That if we had continued with that and at that rate, that'd be in somewhere in the $1,000+ per square feet for that facility, which certainly seems out of line with where we want to go as a county. And so I'm just putting that on the record. Just wanted to draw attention to it, and thank you all for the work group, because I think it was helpful to have everyone's sort of input and look for ways in which we can extend our CIP program. But it goes back to how we are, getting bids in and working with builders and things like that, so that we can, just like we're doing our landfill, we want to make that thing last for the next 30, 40 years. The same thing we want to do with our CIP program is extend the life of it, so that we don't have to keep raising taxes or any other things to fund the stuff that makes Anne Arundel County go. So that's all. I still love DPW, just FYI, just putting it out there.
Mr.
Thank you,
Volk.
Madam Chair.
Thank you. Where is the Lake Waterford dredging project located?
That's in the P class
E-class.
under the shoreline erosion control project, P4687.
Perfect. I knew it was in there somewhere, but I didn't see it here, and that's why I wanted to ask. Thank you.
Ms. Ledbetter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is not a question so much as a comment and a thank you. Regarding the South County dredging project, I've been to the public meetings taking place in the community. There's a lot of community interest, a lot of community support, and a lot of community questions. The last meeting was very much there. The sooner this can get done, I think the better is the attitude of the community. And I just wanted to recognize that the team that was there at that last meeting did such an excellent job patiently answering the questions, conveying the fact that the county wants this done as badly as the community does, and we are doing this as quickly as it is possible. It's a complicated project, and I definitely recognize that, but I just wanted to give hats off to the team that was there that night. I know the community was very appreciative, which makes me very appreciative of you, so thank you.
Thank you.
I don't see any other questions at this time. Was that, we had more to go or we were done?
We
More
have
to go.
more to go.
Okay.
I'll try to make this as quick as I can. This is going to be water and wastewater. I'll first go through the wastewater projects, stop for questions, and then we'll go through the water questions. We'll go through water, then you can ask me questions to that. I'm Chris Murphy. I'm the engineer administrator for utility engineering, which is within the Bureau of Engineering, which is in part of DPW. This first slide is just a list of the projects I'm going to go through, just sort of the summary. I hit on sort of the major projects or the major funding requests, changes. So if you want to go to the next slide, and then you can go to the next slide. So this is, I have two new projects in the wastewater class, S-class projects. The first one is for aeration system improvements. This is at our three major treatment plants, Cox Creek, Annapolis, and Broadneck. The aeration systems are aging. They actually, even though we've done all these ENR expansions and upgrades, we've actually not touched the aeration system, and they're starting to show their age. So this project is for FY25 is for the design, and then FY27 is for construction. So you can go ahead to the next slide. The other new project that we have is the Mayo tank replacement project. Similarly, the Mayo tanks, which are those tanks that are located in the front, mostly in the front of the yards in the Mayo Peninsula. It's a step tank, which is a system tank, septic tank effluent pumping is what STEP stands for. It's a interesting system. They have a Mayo tank in the front of the yard. They were all put in sometime around the late 80s, very early 90s. They're starting to show their age. They're about 30, 40 years old, 35 years old, some of them. This is going to be a 20-year effort to go through and replace these tanks. We're going to do some major public outreach on this project. There's approximately 3,200 Mayo tanks. So we'll be doing somewhere around 160 a year. FY25 is really just the cost to ramp up, get engineering on board, and start planning and prioritizing
project, how we're going to go about it, and then FY 26 and beyond is when we'll actually be doing those replacement projects. All right, the next is the Baltimore County Sewer Agreement. This is an interjurisdictional agreement that we have with Baltimore County and Baltimore City to pay for the improvements at the Patapsco wastewater treatment plant. Baltimore County pays for 68% of the cost, and then of that, we pay 7.6% of Baltimore County's cost. It equates that we're paying in the neighborhood of about 5.1% of the cost for the improvements that happen at the Patapsco treatment plant. You can go to the next slide. The Mayo WRF expansion project. This is, you may or may not know, the Mayo treatment plant has been decommissioned. Now we pump the effluent over to the Annapolis plant. This is the last piece in that project, which is actually to build a garage for the septic truck that goes around and pumps out the solids out of those Mayo step tanks on a regular basis. I think we're doing it between every 3 to 5 years. We're pumping out those tanks. This is going to be a garage location now that we will not have a treatment plant out there to park the truck and to service the truck. Go to the next slide. The wastewater strategic plan. This is typically we ask about $150,000 a year. We're asking for an additional $500,000 for a total of $650,000 this year because we're going to be doing an effort to do the upgrade our utility allocation system. There's a similar increase on the water strategic plan side for a total of $1 million. The utility allocation system, I'll call it a customized enterprise solution to actually track all of our allocations that we do in DPW. The system was originally designed back in the 1990s. There was a very small upgrade in 2003. So this is going to be a major effort for us to kind of bring it into the this is the 21st century, whatever, to bring it up to date. So that'll involve also doing the data transitioning the data into the new program, and also looking at workflows and improving the system overall and bringing it up to date. So go ahead into the next slide. Central Sanitation Facility. This is our final piece for this project, which is going to be our Millersville outdoor storage yard. It's going to be a place that we can keep materials such as stone, piping, valves, these things that typically are stored outside that we need for construction for our utilities operations folks. Go to the next slide. S7918 is our upgrade retrofit SPS. We currently have, based on my numbers, 271 pump stations in the county. And this is a request for $22.2 million. We usually do 3 to 4, maybe sometimes 5 pump stations, depending on the need every year. And we work our way out. As you can see, the blue is the identified need and the red is sort of the request, the cumulative request. This is what we know about today. As our system ages, the blue line is going to increase. So we're trying to keep up with what we know about. So this is the cost for that. It's a multi-year project. Next up is the Broadneck WRF upgrade project. There's 2 pieces in this. There's the Broadneck WRF grid system improvements. That's the bulk of the cost. And then there's another smaller cost for the additional land purchase around the treatment plant identified in those 2 yellow boxes there. We purchase that for future expansion and also a buffer for the plant. The Mayo collection system. This is for the pump stations that are located just in Mayo. These stations have additional needs. Eventually, this will be brought into the other pump station upgrade program. These have some initial needs for expansion for the Mayo collection system, and also they're starting to age out. So we have, I think, about 3 pump stations left to upgrade in this project. So this is the cost after FY 27. This will be brought it back into the S7918 project and probably closed out. Go to the next project. W802-300, this is for small, call them small improvements needed at the treatment plants. These are not major expansions. These are things that are on the smaller side of these improvements. One of the ones is the Annapolis Odor Control Project. We currently have a study ongoing there. We're taking odor samples out there. We have some preliminary results in. For that, we'll be doing some additional sampling in the summer during July, and then come back out with some recommendations for some improvements. There's some funds in there for those improvements. We're doing some headworks improvements in Cox Creek. We're also trying to streamline our inspection process of getting a CMI inspection on board, so there's a task order contract. And then there's also, we're doing a major revamp of our asset management program. And each one of these major assets has a small piece of an asset management program that accumulates into a much larger program that we're looking at right now. So go ahead to the next slide. Chesapeake Beach wastewater treatment plant. Our flow from the Rosehaven area goes down to the town of Chesapeake Beach, and this is our cumulative share of the costs for some of the improvements that they're doing down there. We pay approximately 10.44% for the improvements at the Chesapeake Beach plant. SPS facility generator replacement project. We have gone through and upgraded all 271 sewage pumping stations with generators over the past roughly 15 years. I think we started this in 2004, so I guess it's been 20 years now. We're getting to the point now that we're sort of starting to do life cycle replacements. So we're looking at FY25 to do the last of the upgrade projects. Then FY26 onwards, we're looking to do sort of just life cycle change outs as these generators age out. It's a multi-year project. Go ahead to the next slide. Cinder Cove Force Main Rehab. This was a major project. And this is sort of the last few parts of this. We have some ARVs that need to be replaced and some valves that also need to be replaced on the force main. The last little bit there. Annapolis WRF upgrade project. This is a three-phase project, or there's currently three phases in this. There's a phase 1, which is completed, phase 2, which is currently under construction, and then there's a phase 3, which is emergency power and distribution upgrade. The phase 2 estimates came in much higher than originally estimated. And that's essentially why we're requesting additional funds in FY25, because it used up a large portion of the funds that we needed for the emergency power distribution project, which is the third phase of this. So if you want to go on to the next project, the Piney Orchard SPS Force Main project. We're not asking for any funds in FY25. We have enough to currently do the design work for this. We are asking for $13.4 million in FY26. We did receive the BRF funding for this project at a rate at 44.9%. We've kind of changed how we were going about this project. Originally, we were going to do a treatment plant upgrade, and now we're going to be doing, looked at it again, found out that it would be more economical once we got the cost estimates, and just to go ahead and do a pump station and a force main and send the flow over to Patuxent. So we're proceeding in that direction. Okay, go next. Cox Creek permeate piping modifications. We're asking for $4.494 million in FY25, or total project cost of $7,078,000. The increase is based on the current estimate. As we were getting in there and doing condition assessment, we actually found additional pipes that were leaking that also need to be replaced in the same area. The Manufacturer Recharge project. We're not asking for additional funds in FY25, but we're asking for funds in FY26, 27, 28, 29. This is our project to look at doing a Manufacturer Recharge project, which is basically treating our wastewater effluent to drinking water standards and then putting that back in the ground. We're currently on sort of a holding pattern waiting for legislative approval to do the groundwater injection portion of this. Currently have a pilot up and running at the Patuxent treatment plant, which is a small pilot, does 5 to 10 gallons per minute. And it's sort of the advanced water treatment process part of it. once we get the go ahead and do the direct injection back into the aquifer, we'll start with the full-blown design of the demonstration facility and get that up and running. So go ahead to the next one. Next one is the S8101-100 minor system upgrade. These are funds that do to build treatment plants at the mobile home communities down at Boone's Estates, Lions Creek, Maryland Manor, etc. We're looking at doing this. We're have a couple things to figure out as far as operation and maintenance costs and additional, I guess, a negotiation agreement with the property owners to move forward with this project. So we're asking for funds in 1.7 million in FY25, 12.8 million in FY26, and $28.1 million in FY27, and $11.7 million in FY28. We have talked to the state about this, and there was a high likelihood of high BRF funding on the order of around 75% of these projects move forward. Go ahead to the next slide. The biosolids facility, we currently have a owner's agent under contract. They're assisting us to move this project forward. This is going to be hopefully a substantial savings for us, and the operation and maintenance of our biosolids facility will create a better than Class A product. It's going to be developed biochar for us, which I think will have substantial benefits for the county as a useful product. It will also do PFAS destruction within our biosolids, and also potentially carbon sequestration, as well as saving us money, which is fantastic. So go to the next project, X7388, which is the sewer main rehab replacement reconstruction. Again, this is a long-term multi-year project that does the gravity sewer and force main replacement. We're asking for $20 million. Now, as you can see with the blue bar is what we think our current need is. We have this major asset management program revamp going on right now. We think that there's going to be major changes as far as our needs in the near future. So we're keeping it currently steady at 20 million with a thought that as we get more information on the asset management program, this will be adjusted in the future. All right, X 800,000. This is actually for both water and sewer. This is for utilities that we need to relocate because they're located in the state highway, and the state highway is doing some major infrastructure improvements on their highway. So we have a project under Maryland 170, 174 that is going to be taking place in FY25 that we needed funds for. So we're asking for $7.7 million in FY25 and $12.3 million in FY26, $9.4 million in FY27, and onward $300,000, though this will be adjusted as new projects come on board. And Z533200, which is our routine sewer extension project. This project was originally, when it was set up, had a limit of $250,000. I don't know the last time that we increased this level. We can't really get much done at all as far as getting even any sewer in the ground for this. So this covers like our petition projects, or if we have small extensions. And so we would like to increase this up to $1.5 million, allow us to take on projects under this parent project for these small extensions, and for also petition projects, for smaller petition projects. And this would allow us to move forward on those and hopefully speed up that process. And I think that, we got one more. S808100 Cattail Creek Force Main Replacement. This is a major replacement of the 24-inch force main that goes along Route 2, the Cattail Creek pump station. The cost came in, our bids came in, they were 9% higher than the original estimate, and that's the additional request that we're asking for. This project should get started sometime. I think actual construction is going to start first with the bypass, and then we'll do the actual the swage lining later on. I think probably in the early fall. Hopefully we will not cause any issues on Route 2 with any traffic. So with the during the summer months. So I think we probably won't get started in this till probably the early fall. So I think that's it as far as the wastewater projects, and I'll stop right here and see if you guys have any questions. Sorry, I went through that kind of quick.
Ms. Hummer.
I just have a comment. It seems to me if the state highway is doing different work, that they should be paying for our water and sewer assets rather than we're having to put that in there. But I'm just throwing that out there.
I like that idea, but it's not the way that it works. They're sort of granting us allowance to put the utilities in there because it makes sense for us, but with the thought that if they have to do anything, it's our dime to move it. So we usually have a little bit of say. We kind of negotiate a little bit so that they're not making us do things that we don't really want to do, and maybe they can work around us a little bit. But yeah.
Mr. Volkey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm going to go back in time to get here. So if I go back in the presentation to pages 19 and 20, when Ms. Henry was giving the talk about the rates and the increases in the rates, if I'm understanding correctly, the increases in the rates are then going to allow you to have greater ability to do the projects here in the S class and maybe even some of the other places. So and again, if that's correct, let me know. If I'm totally off, tell me.
You're correct.
Okay, so what does the 7% increase mean in terms of actual real dollars in ability for you to do projects, whether that's debt service on projects that you can borrow, or whether that is, use of PAYGO in some way? What does that translate into? Because obviously enterprise funds, I always think of as a different category of things, but when we're taking up the fees on enterprise funds, that does have a direct correlation then to what you can do in terms of these additional projects.
Okay, so it's complicated. So we're raising the user rate 7.5%. That covers operating costs and some PAYGO. So there will be the PAYGO of some of these maintenance. When he talked about pumping station retrofit, that's one of the projects that's typically paid for with PAYGO. It's not every project that qualifies for a PAYGO project. It's usually the ongoing, every year we're putting in $1 million or whatever, those kinds of projects for that. The CFCCs pay for a portion of any of those projects that he mentioned that would relate to growth. And then so if there's, he will be mentioning some increase in capacity projects in the water, when he starts going through water projects. So it's those kinds of projects when we're saying we're going from 15 million gallons a day to 20 million gallons a day, that's growth. So that would be covered with the CFCC cost. And there's sprinkled in, almost every project has some growth in, potential. So we almost every project will have some CFCCs associated to be able to fund it. With the user, now going back to the user rates, we did not increase the EPF, which is that environmental protection fee, but it will go up a little because we're increasing the usage rates and the two go together. You pay the 35% on to for what you're paying on your usage rates. So that goes for all the maintenance projects. So am I making any sense?
Yes, you're on slide 16. I'm
Yeah.
back on 16. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
So then, if I'm hopefully following, which is a maybe, so with those different fees, it would be a much larger and longer conversation for us to unpack exactly which of these projects are PAYGO and which are not. But for the debt service,
we do have that. We have a list of what's going to PAYGO. So, and actually it's in the budget book. It will say PAYGO. It was whatever, 500,000 or whatever it is, has been assigned. Yeah. So that's all in the budget book and clear. What's not clear, I guess and we have a spreadsheet that we track of what percentage of each project is paid for with CFCCs or EPF. So we have a spreadsheet that we work with. It's actually in our model, and it can be downloaded as a spreadsheet to show that if you're interested.
I may be, we'll see.
Okay.
But so with this may be a really dumb question, but I'm going to ask it. With the EPFs and the CFCCs, are those paid as part of what you get on your water bill? That's in the water bill, or is that something separate?
The EPF is on your water bill. So current users are paying EPF because they're paying for the maintenance of our system.
Got it.
The CFCCs is paid at time of allocation. So if you decide you want to connect to us, you have to pay the CFCCs at that point.
That's the capital facility connection charge that you talked about, where you said we're higher than other
That's
jurisdictions.
growth. Yeah, so that's can be an individual residence. It's developers pay it mostly, but if you want to connect and you're along a water sewer line, then you pay it.
Got it. But then the user rate that's going is entirely only funding pay-go projects or operating expenses.
Exactly.
All right.
So it's not covering any other capital projects.
Okay. Thank you for indulging me.
Yeah, and the pay goes small. I think it's like 11. It's not a huge amount. What is it this year, Naomi?
If I may, Naomi McAllister, Office of Budget. It's about $5.9 million in pay-go spread across the two classes. And I believe it's about 10 capital projects. And they usually are multi-year recurring capital projects in which, there's no asset there. So you wouldn't want to bond fund a capital project that there's no asset. So we put it toward those types of capital projects.
Thank you, Naomi.
Ms. Rodvian.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to ask about the odor mitigation project at the Annapolis wastewater facility. As you may have guessed, I've heard a little bit about this from constituents, and it sounds like you're in the very early phase, but I'm curious if you have a timeline for, the project as a whole.
So we did sampling in March. We are there is definitely a vocal community that would like to understand what's going on. We have initial readings for really just the spring readings. We're actually have a meeting set up on June 10th it's at the Eastport Annapolis Neck Library. I think that's where it is. Don't quote me on that. Is that okay?
That makes sense. That makes sense.
Yeah, and so that we're going to go over those initial readings. We're going to do additional readings in July, which is really the right time to do it. It's when the summer's hot, when the smells are the worst, and we're going to get those readings. I did put about $4 million in the budget under S802 300. There's a Annapolis odor control for construction stuff, but we have no idea what the actual outcome's going to be as far as what the recommendations are yet for those improvements. So it's just kind of a placeholder as we get when we get the studies. So they're going to finish the readings in July. We should be probably getting a study in probably late August, and then they'll have recommendations in there for improvements that we can make. Hopefully, some of them are just quick operational improvements. The other ones that take a little bit longer, that are going to be capital construction improvements, are going to take a little bit longer. So
okay, well, I appreciate that information, and also I just find the work that you guys do with biosolids so interesting and cool. So I know that it's an area where you're always working to improve your environmental outcomes. So thank you for doing that. Cool stuff. Thank you.
Ms. Ledbetter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It didn't sound like what I'm about to ask is included in this year's project, but I just want to confirm if that's where I might look for it in the future. In regards to the work that's going to take place on 214 with the state project, if there are any relocations of sewer or any water lines, would that fall into the same category with the state highway relocation, or is it just sewer? Like, I just want to kind of keep it on my radar for the future.
So I will tell you that I am not familiar with what they're going to do on 214, but I've not been made aware that there's changes that are going to affect any utilities in there. The only utilities we really have on 214 we have some force main associated with the Mayo system down in there.
Right.
I'm not sure how far down the 214 improvements go, if they go down to the Mayo Peninsula or not.
Okay. Thank you. That helps.
Good.
Ms. Fiedler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I hope this is the appropriate time to ask this question. Where are we in the initiation of the smart water meter system? I don't remember the acronym for it.
So I will cover that in the next slides, but that's our AMI project, which is why am I drawing blank now? But yeah, it's our smart meter project. It's a advanced meter infrastructure, that's what it's called. So we are currently reviewing proposals from vendors right now So we're going to hopefully in the next month, I'll say, select the vendor that is going to be installing all the meters and helping us design our system. So that'll be hopefully they'll be selected, and then as we move forward, we'll negotiate with them, and then they'll start installing them. There's several different phases. There's an alpha phase where we do sort of an initial small area. Then we do a beta phase, which is a little bit bigger. And then once we get the go ahead, everything's worked out well there, then we install all of them. We're going to, depending on which vendor we select and the prices, we'll be installing somewhere between either 90,000 but 90 to 100,000 or 130,000. And the reason why there's a difference there, if we end up selecting the meter vendor that we currently are using, we already have some of those meters in place.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Okay, I don't see any further questions. We have one more presentation from DPW. Is that my understanding?
I think you got two more because I have to do the water side, and then there's the watershed side.
Okay.
So, all right, I will go through the water projects. So again, this is the W class, and so I'm going to focus in on. We only have one new project within the water class, and it's this Heritage Harbor water main interconnect. And this is Heritage Harbor suffers. They've suffered in the past. They're like a long run dead end, and if there's a break anywhere along that dead end, everybody loses water. So we have a couple of different projects going on for Heritage Harbor. This is one of them. This will do a small disconnect in our system. It's at the end of Coover Road to Cox Swain Road. It crosses over a stream, and then one of the things we're actually working with Eric Michelson's group. They're doing a stream restoration out there. We're going to try to see if we can't get the pipe in at the same time they're doing the stream restoration, so that it'll make the project go a little faster. This will sort of shore up two dead ends of the loop. It still isn't going to solve everything because there's still going to be only one feed into Heritage Harbor, but it should help if there are breaks. So the next up is the Crofton Meadows 2 water treatment plant upgrade. This is an old project that just has to finish up the last. There's 2 wells that are under this project that are going to be constructed. They are wells that we have. When we put wells in, we have redundant supply. So if we usually try to figure out, hey, if our 2 largest wells in our system, in our treatment plant go down, we want to make sure we have enough supply. This will get us to that point. This is the last 2 wells to put in for this project. So it'll get us up to beyond 15 MGD of supply. So that's the last pieces there. The water strategic plan, again, this one has the flow factor study, which also the wastewater side does, has the utility allocation system software, which I talked about before. And then also it actually has a water strategic plan that we're going to be kicking off, which in phase 1 of that will be to calibrate our models and look at the existing system and try to find out issues that we currently have in the existing system. And then phase 2 that we'll be doing actual like long-term land use projections, and then doing additional. And then we look at what types of additional extensions and things that we need to do for our strategic plan to make the system more robust. So. The next one, fire hydrant rehab. This is just our life cycle fire hydrant rehab project. It goes we have 7 different areas, and basically we go through each area every year and hopefully meet somewhere between a 7 to 10 year life cycle of getting all these done. Go to the next slide. Crofton Meadows 2 expansion. This is actually an expansion that's going to take us from 15 to 20 MGD, and this is based off of. We want to get based off the strategic plan showed that we need increased supply, increased water at Crofton Meadows. We're asking for $33 million in FY25 and $22 million in FY26. So, all right, Route 32 transmission main. We have our Maryland City system is fed by our Jessup system, which is then fed by our Airport Square system. It's all one giant long line there. And we have our Crofton Meadows system on the other side, and they're not interconnected. And Maryland City often suffers from the fact that they only have one feed. So this project is to connect the Crofton Meadows Kings Heights system over to Maryland City. One of those things we have to do is we have to run through Fort Meade in order to do that. This project, we've been working on it with the fort. We've actually had some headway with the fort recently. We have a Department of Defense project number now finally, and we're working with them. We have meetings set up with them, I think in July, to actually go through the needs and hopefully get this thing moving a little bit quicker. Also in this project is an additional redundant feed from Jessup into Maryland City, so that we're making sure that we have enough supply in the meantime. I think recently we've had about 3 different breaks on that 20-inch that feeds Maryland City, and we just finished up some emergency work there to replace a lot of that piping. So go to the next line. Arnold water treatment plant expansion. This is another additional well that we're adding. This is probably one of those examples of a capacity increase. We're adding this well for additional supply for the capacity expansion. So this is just the last well there that needs to get done, Arnold Well 11. Go next slide. W803-300, this is the water infrastructure upgrade retro project. This is similar to the one that we had on the wastewater side. So these are small projects that need to happen associated with our water facilities. So we're asking for $4 million in FY25 and out years, $1.5 million and then $2 million in the out years. Right, go ahead. This is the AMI project. We're asking for $42 million in FY25, and that should be all we need. In talking with the vendors that we've talked to over the years about the AMI project, they like to hit the road running and get these in as soon as they can, basically purchasing the meters, get everything ready. So I think we originally had all the costs spread out over 5 years. They think once they get the go-ahead that this project could get done in as early as I want to say 3 years. So it's really consolidated down. So we were asking for the money at FY25 to get this all rolling. And then Arnold water treatment plant upgrades. This is the current request is $1.5 million. This will create a administrative building out there, also additional workshop, improvements to the facilities and SCADA systems, just general overall improvements at the Arnold plant. Crofton Meadows water treatment plant building improvements. This is another similar project. This includes improvements to our piping gallery, which we have a lot of HVAC issues with condensation, so we did air conditioning and dehumidification in there. Also fire alarm improvements, and also another smaller administration building out there. This is actually really kind of dependent on when we actually go to construction. We don't want too many contractors out there at the same time, so we will go into construction this once that Crofton Meadows phase 2 expansion is well underway. So the Dorsey water treatment plant improvements. This is another one of those similar projects. It's for there's a pole barn there and a maintenance building, an administration building, and then also improvements to the fire system, some painting and some electrical upgrades, as well as SCADA system improvements. The Crofton Meadows rehab. We haven't rehabbed the initial 5 MGD that's probably 30 or 40 years old out there. So we're not asking for any money in FY25 or 26, but 27 requests would be for $5.8 million based on current estimates to do those improvements. X7643-300 water project planning. This is where we'll be doing a lot of our asset management work that we're doing. As I think I described before, we're doing a major asset management revamp to really kind of become proactive in making in the projects that we need to do, so we're sort of ahead of the curve and not reactive when things break. And so that's a large portion of the funding that's in here. We also have some work that we're looking at, some transient pipe replacement. So that's also under this project too. And then W514200. similar to what we're doing on requesting on the sewer extensions. This is the water side. Again, we want to increase this from the limited $250,000 to $1.5 million. And we have a couple different small petition projects that would like to extend water under this too. I think that's it. Yeah. Any questions on the water system?
It's Fiedler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to go back to the AMI project. 42 million, is that for all of the meters? Is the bulk of that the purchase of all of the meters?
Yeah, it's it's for depending on which vendor we pay, either let's say either about 100,000 meters or 130,000 meters. It's also for the installation. It's for creating a data system and a software connection to our Munis system for charging for financial stuff. It's also creating a customer interface so the customer can look and see a website and see what that is. So it's but you're right, most of that is probably meters and meter installation is mostly the bulk of that.
And how many meters? I'm sorry, I think you said it in your presentation.
Oh, so we have about 130,000 different accounts in the county.
Okay.
And roughly 30 to 35,000 have one of the types of meters of the two vendors that we got. So if the other vendor is selected that doesn't have, so there's different vendors that are putting it out there, and so if the existing vendor is selected, we will only be putting in say 90 or 95,000 meters. If one of the other vendors is selected, it'll be the full revamp of all the meters.
Okay.
Does it make sense to you?
It does make sense. I'm just wondering why we wouldn't just go with the least cost option right out of the gate.
Just because they wouldn't need to replace all the meters doesn't necessarily mean it's the cheapest bid. There's more to it than that because we're talking software. It's not just meters.
Okay.
It's a whole package of software and a new way of doing business. So it's a lot involved.
And I guess because we're going over proposals right now, for those I don't want to be too descriptive at all.
Yeah.
Okay, understood. Thank you.
Ms. Hummer.
Yes, that was great to hear about the interconnection between Crofton Meadows and Maryland City plants. That's coming down the road so that we'll have some redundancy there. Just it's a little aside, not something y'all brought up, but what is the status of the new water tower in the Maryland City area?
That we have a long-term lease with DC General Services, who is actually the leasee of that property from Fort Meade, from the federal government. I think we have a 60-year lease that we've engaged with. We should be going out to bid soon. I don't have an exact date. I can look that up for you. Soon before the fall. And we're just finishing up the plans there. And then so that'll be under construction, and I'll assume it's going to take 12 to 18 months for construction.
Okay, thank you.
So I'll just say 2 years it'll be constructed and up there. It's going to be off Old Portland Road, I think it's the name of that road. Right there off of 198.
Mm-hmm. Yes. All right. Thank you.
I don't see any other questions.
All right, thank you.
All right, well, I'll jump in, recognizing I'm the last thing between you and lunch, so I'll try to keep this fairly concise. My name is Eric Michelson. I'm the Deputy Director for the Bureau of Watershed Protection and Restoration in the Department of Public Works, and I'll be discussing the B-class requests with you today. Next slide. Just a reminder that the primary driver for our program is our state-issued MS4 stormwater permit that requires, among other things, a certain amount of restoration acreage, but also requires that we maintain and protect our conveyance stormwater system as well. Next slide. Summary of our requests this year, so that we have no new project requests. We've been basically working on project requests that are pre-existing or that have been made over the past couple of years and getting those through the design and permitting phase. This request is about $16 million above the recurring program request, and that is almost completely associated with construction phase increases to existing projects, recognizing some grant money as well. And then this budget request also includes requests for our grant program and then our full delivery of water quality improvement programs, which are sort of standalone efforts that I'll talk a little bit about. Next slide. So the summary is in this matrix here. Essentially, I'll just go through project by project for the new requests. And the page numbers in terms of the report are in the second column there. B5516, our culvert and closed storm drain rehab project. This is our continuing parent project for our infrastructure repair and replacement for storm drainage work throughout the county. Our stormwater infrastructure program manages this, as well as the next project, B551700, which is our emergency storm drain project that allows us to respond to issues that pop up as that storm drainage infrastructure has issues, oftentimes after large rain events and that sort of thing. We're also requesting about $2 million for B551800, which is our storm drainage and stormwater management infrastructure project that is countywide, allows us again to address water quality issues and sort of more broad scale projects than our infrastructure projects on a countywide basis, and that's a recurring request there. B561100 is our WPRP restoration grant, $1.2 million. This is historically has been about $1 million a year that we have granted directly to the Chesapeake Bay Trust to go to local nonprofit organizations doing restoration efforts. We've added additional $200,000 request to this year's effort to add design and permitting grant services to this as well, so that we're finding that a lot of nonprofit organizations that we're working with are struggling to find money for the design and permit phase of this work. It's a little bit easier to come across the construction phase, and we think the program's reached a level of maturity where we can evaluate those requests that come in and be responsible with the county's dollars to have some additional funding there for that purpose. B568300, which is our public private performance of water quality improvements project. This is a project I've talked about a little bit in the past. We're asking for $2 million. This is essentially a design build project where we're looking for opportunities on private properties. Proposers come to us essentially with potential projects that we evaluate for their technical and cost merit, and then we award those contracts, and we actually don't make any payment until the project is in the ground and we've signed off on it. And this has been a really successful program, a way for us to drive down costs as sort of one piece of our portfolio. B553700, we've got the old nomenclature here. This is Patapsco Tidal Stream Restoration 02, actually Muddy Bridge Branch. This is $2 million, almost $2.1 million for construction phase services associated with that project. B555400, Patapsco non-tidal outfalls. We're asking for $2.1 million. This is for a variety of the outfalls in the Patapsco River area, Brooklyn, North County, essentially. B555600, Patapsco non-tidal private ponds, and this is for the retrofit of existing stormwater facilities in the Patapsco watershed, where we're bringing them up to contemporary standards in order to get a water quality treatment there. Next slide. B559100, South River Stream Restoration 01. This is Susan's Branch West. We're asking for $1.5 million. This is over in the area around Heritage Harbor in Annapolis. B559700, South River Stream 04, asking for $2.1 million for Glebe Branch. This is the tributary that runs down to London Town across 214 and along Mayo Road. Going to be primarily on the campus of the South River High School facility, as well as the adjacent schools there. B56 8000 Shipley's Choice Stream Restoration. This is a $1.4 million request for the restoration of Bear Branch, which runs down from East-West Boulevard to Benfield Road. There's a number of sewer exposures in this area, and we're currently in the process of designing and looking forward to going to construction on that project, hopefully in the next year or so. B57 1100 Magathi River Outfalls. $4.5 million request. This is for construction on a couple of projects, the Foxmore project, as well as the Harding Farms projects. These are projects in the College Parkway corridor, serving Magathi River. B57 1600 Severn River Outfalls. We're asking for $300,000. This is for work associated with the restoration of Upper Cowhide Branch, which is basically the tributary that feeds Weems Creek, going from Annapolis Mall down past the Anne Arundel Medical Center. B58 2500 Clark Station Road Resilience Project. We're asking for $5.2 million. This is for the construction phase services for that project, which is aimed at alleviating flooding along the Clark Station Road corridor. We've also done quite a bit of work to basically protect undeveloped land through previous phases, but we're in late stages of design there. We've had to make some accommodations with regards to some outfall improvements and whatnot. B58 5300 Lake Marion construction, $250,000. This is a project in the Provinces community up in the Upper Severn watershed that's being done in coordination with some local nonprofits. B58 8800 Patuxent Oxbow restoration. We're asking for a little over $1.6 million for construction phase services. This is a natural resource over by the Russet community. It's a project that we're working in concert with the Maryland Department of Natural Resources to protect. It's basically a large wetland area that's threatened by erosion from the main stem of Patuxent. Next slide. So these are just some exemplary or examples of the kinds of infrastructure projects that we do. We have about 1,000 stormwater facilities across the county that are publicly maintained, that require occasional maintenance or occasional completely overhauling. We're obviously keeping track of fences and all those kinds of things, but in addition to providing retrofits of some of those existing facilities as well. So that's what those two projects are funding, the kind of work they're funding. Next slide. Stream and outfall restoration projects. I think many of you council members have seen some of the projects that we've done. These are just sort of examples of sort of the pre-restored conditions. That's Jabez Branch, tributary to the Upper Severn River on the left-hand side. The restored site on the right is a tributary to Beards Creek in the South River watershed, just below the Homestead Gardens commercial complex. Next slide. And then our restoration grant program, which has been really successful and really appreciated, I think, by the nonprofit community. On the left is a project over in Belvoir Farms off Generals Highway, where the community was under a consent order from MD to basically repair an old failing dam, and Severn River Keeper was able to work with them to find a win-win solution, get the county water quality benefits and create an asset for the community. And then on the right-hand side is the St. Mark's Church up in off Dorsey Road near BWI Airport, where there was a existing flooding drainage problem. We were able to work with the church, with some local nonprofits, as well as the LDC, the slot machine organization that gets revenues from the slots, to provide some grant funding to this project and come to a workable solution. Next slide. All right, so I'm happy to answer any questions that you all might have.
Mr. Smith.
I was just going to thank him for his support with the Lake Marion project. I know they've been very interested and eager about that project, but you certainly have been well-rounded when it comes to it. So appreciate your support with it.
Thanks. Thanks. Cindy Williams, I can't say enough good things about her, man. She's a rock star. So she really helped that project come to fruition. And getting DNR funding as well as having the community's patience with that one has been great. It's going to be, it's underway already, and so it'd be great to see that one come to fruition.
I don't see any other questions. We're letting you off easy, Mr. Michelson.
You've got my number.
I do. All right. Okay, I keep jumping the gun. So is that our final DPW presentation?
It is. Thank you so much for your patience.
Oh, it's fantastic, y'all. It's tremendous, the amount of work. The amount of work that is in under your purview, Miss Henry. So thank you very much for all of those excellent explanations today. I gather if council members have any further questions, they know where to forward them to. And thank you for your time this morning.
Thank you so much.
Is there any other business any council member would like to bring before this body at this time? May I have a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
The motion carries. The county council is adjourned until Monday, May 20th, 2024 at 6 p.m. Have a great weekend, everybody.